Salamat sa thumbs up, Gwen. Salamat sa thumbs up, guys. Pasok-pasok lang kayo. Salamat sa formal yung people in the house. Everybody said. He said thank you, but he doesn't know I have to fix it. So when I'm not talking. The clothes that you have, put that in the. There's a lot of shout outs. 4 million people in the house. Thank you guys pagpasok. Maraming salamat. Sa kabigi-bigi nyo dyan, pasok lang kayo at maglapag lang kayo ng mga bahay nyo.
This world is not yet ready for all that you know. See, this is the future. We'll find out everything. Protect our children from stresses, strains, and sleepless nights. From irritants and allergens that give them such a fright. We launder, soothe, and hope the itch goes away. We calm, comfort, and tell them it's okay. But while their spirit comes from within, so might their eczema and the inflammation under their skin.
Big love shout out to
Find out
60
more at
million people in
eczemaexposed.com.
the house. Hi, Tita Fortune. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Stop given. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to like the house, guys. Hi, Xylic. Xylic? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is that Xylic or something? Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching my live stream. Don't forget to like, please. Thumbs up from Jamston Vlog. Salamat sa thumbs up, guys. Ay, pumasok na silang dami na nila. Hi, Juris Celan. Salamat. May jacket ka na, kapatid. Hi, Jelly Boy TV. Merry Christmas, Jam. Salamat. Wala na si Doy. Umalis na si Doy. Salamat sa suporta, mga kapatid. I don't know. Salamat sa thumbs up, Jelly Boy TV. it's over there. Christian, salamat po. Maglapag lang kayo ng mga bahay nyo, guys. At magdikitan kayo. This. Pasok lang mga kapatid. Lapagan mo ba dyan at magdikitan?
DJ Karen. Check. DJ Karen. DJ Karen.
Nagtatago ako. Joyce Tilan, saan ka naman, boss? Andito lang ako sa tabi-tabi, nagtatago.
DJ Karen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How earlier? Yep. Thank you.
DJ Karen.
Joyce Tilan, lapag ka lang ng bahay mo dyan para nakapag-dikitan kayo. Pasok pa pasok lang mga kapatid. Pasok lang kayo dyan. Pasok lang mga kapatid at saka magdikitan lang kayo dyan. Tansa po, salamat Jaylin sa pagpasok. Salamat sa tansa. Ano kasi nag-LS po si Doy. Salamat sa pagpasok mga kapatid. Thank you sa support. Inadad ko siya mahuman Jaylin sa Inadad siya mahuman mga alas 4 dayon niya. Hangtod daw po, kopi. O tapos daw siya. Magluto pa daw siya baka. Dugay tumalatay ang baka, Jaylin. Nagdadatiin siya. Bigla ang maghanda daw kuno siya Jalen kay inatay ba kun na siya tamang. Maghanda daw siya, magluto pa daw kuno siya sa iyahang ano para sa iyahang ano niya sa iyahang pamasko. Alangan man daw kay inatay mangukuno siya mo na siya na ano siya ra daw maghanda tanan. Doble kayod na sa Jalen kay kuan man na siya. Inatay man siya kaya man doble kayod na si Doy. Oo. Wala man manang buday doon siya, wala man tagaluto no. Kapalas manang buday, nagluto na siya manang buday ba? Manang buday, asa ka na maglutuon ko no kanidoy. Kagi kapoy na daw sa LS. Bisi siguro to si manang buday kay umpod siya nakagawas kay karon. Ito na ulit siya, Jelin. O, maganda siguro to sila. Pero ito, di ba, sa ano, sa Hong Kong man siya, di ba, ang Hong Kong, ay, ano ba na sila? Handa ba na sila o na ang mga Pasko-Pasko? Kay, di ba, ano na sila, Chinese New Year? Oh, pero may uban mga insect, di ba, nga mag-ano, tawag nila, maghanda sila o maghanda sila sa Pasko. Tapos pag sa ano Chinese New Year maghanda po sila. Ah, diri kay maano na siya 9:56 PM na. Hapit na magkadlawon. Layo na kay different ng ano no, ang time. Si Abaw siguro nagano to naghanda sa to kagawas. La grabe hapon ang ano tulo ka adlaw. Murag ano. Grabe po ng tulok adlaw nga parte nila oy. Murag Ramadan, ang Ramadan po, di ba? Grabe po na pila po na sila kaadlaw. Baka nanguha og bulin. Nanguha na mo na daka pog bulina pare ito. Hi, Lynn TV. Hi, ho. Salamat sa pagpasok. Bibigyan kita ng jacket. Ayan, may jacket ka na, Lynn TV. Salamat sa pagpasok. Kung matungod o Domingo, upat yun. Ala, grabe po na nila yung ilang parte, upat kadlaw. Ang diri sa Amerika, Jailen, kay ano siya, ang pinaka ano nila diri kay kuandra ang Thanksgiving. So, pag mga Christmas, wala na kayo sila. Pwede patusok premiere ko host. O sige, ilapag mo lang dyan, Elen TV, para tamsakan natin yung mo, yung premiere mo. Tapos maglapag ka na rin dyan. Ilapag mo lang dyan. Grabe sana sila, no? Unsay lang himuna ng unsay lang himuna ng kaadlaw. Nauhaw ko. Kaya lapag mo lang premium mo dyan, Ellen TV. Salamat sa tamsak. Kaya lapag mo lang dyan, tapos para maano natin. Para matamsakan natin. Mag-usap po na sila Jalen sa upat kaadlaw nga ilahang Christmas diha. Aw man lang Chinese New Year. Ayan. Patamsak guys sa sa premiere ni Ellen TV. Lagay ko sa taas ha para may para matamsakan nila. Ayan guys, tamsakan niyo yung ni Ellen TV, yung premiere niya. In 23 hours ayan na kaya namsakan na kita. Salamat ho, ugma puhon na siya, nagbinisaya pod ko host. Okay lang na, oy. Ayan, tinamsakan na kita ng ng marami kong katulong dito. Ayan. Patamsak guys sa premiere ni Ellen TV. At saka magdikitan na lang kayo dyan at maglapagan kayo. Bakit Ilin? Ano ka ba? Bisaya ka rin, di ba? Daghang salamat ho. You're welcome. Pasok-pasok lang kayo mga kapatid at maglapag lang kayo ng bahay dyan para para magdikitan kayo. Bisayang dako. Daghan na ta diri Bisaya. Asa ka sa Pilipinas? Alien TV. Miguel, shout out sa 3 million people in the house. Salamat sa supportan nyo, guys. Sa Liti ka, pero nasa Saudi ka. Oh, okay. Sa Mindanao ko, ako naman sa Mindanao. Nakatulong sa kong likod eh. Bye-bye, Liti. Salamat sa pabidyo-bidyo nyo, guys. Hey, let me out. What you, silly girl? Pasok-pasok lang kayo mga kapatid.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Get your fitness goals going with Google on your iPhone.
Hi, Miss Eden. Thumbs up dan. Salamat sa thumbs up, kapatid. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Ayan, may jacket ka na. Salamat sa pagpasok. Pwede ka maglapag ng bahay dyan at para makapagdikitan.
Parating sa mundo. Malayo ka man, mahal na tinutungkaan. Di magpapago pag-ibig ko'y sa'yo lang. Wala ka lang, kami agad man ang makita. Ating dalawa, di makakaalam. Kahit tayo basta sa aking kasama na. Di na ko maghanap pa ng iba. Sabay kami tayo magsasaya. Sa'yo kasi pag nawala ka. Titingin sa ating dalawa. Ating dalawa. Girl, nagsasabi lang mo na this time. Kasi hari parang dito na to. Iba na, nararamdaman. Iba na, nararamdaman. You got me to feel like I ever seen. Pansin ang iyong mga tingin. Iba na, nararamdaman. Iba na, nararamdaman. Pinay, sobrang fine. Andin pa. Just wanna hold you tight. Cause tonight, you're so fine. I love the way she makes me smile, she makes me smirk. It gives me chills, it makes me blush, it gives me words. And I can see her beaming down the stringy bars. And if heaven does exist, if mama's probably look like her. Kahit anong gawin mo, hindi na magbabago gano'n pa rin to. Di na makitatabay sa mga halit mo. Pwede na natupay sa bukas sa pinto. So wala na ikaw, wala na ako, wala na papataklan ko sa mga mata ko. Ewan ko din kung bakit ako na ibang ito. Ang pag-ibig ko hindi magpapatawa sa'yo. Don't be shy, don't be shy. You look so pretty that I can't deny. Can't deny, I can't imagine how you deny. You and I, just you and I, yeah. Can't tell a lie, yeah. You are desire. I need you to stay, baby. Please don't walk away. Cause baby, here with you, I so someday. Tumingin ka, akin ka. Pwede ba na akilin mo na yung pagkasuya mo lang ako. Ayaw ka na kikilig yan, ring tagaan ka. At makikita. Pag tumingin ka, akin ka. At ako sa'yo na rin. Baby, I want you back right now. Baby, I want you back right now. The way you love, can you teach me how? The way you love, can you teach me how?
It's back in Hawaii. Enjoy the $7.99 McRib meal before
or it's game over.
Pagtapos na ng galit, hindi mo mabawi. Kahit tinatapos na balik palagi. Makukuhanin kita. Makukuhanin kita. Makukuhanin kita. At magaganda, isasaktan ka lang. Minsan kung sino kung walang karapatan naman. Kahit malayo ka man, di magbabago. Sa'yo lang ang pag-ibig ko, di magalaw. Kaya huwag kang magumba at huwag kang mag-alala. Di ko babaliin ang sipahan natin dalawa. Maghihintay ako na lagi makasama ka. Kaya magbabago pag-ibig ko sa'yo lang. Magtiwala ka lang, gawin agad na ng pagkita.
Juan, Ramayan. Hi po, Merry Christmas. Salamat, Juan. Bigyan kita ng jacket. Salamat sa pagpasok. Ayan, may jacket ka na. Sorry. Salamat sa pagpasok, guys. Ayan, may jacket ka na, kapatid. At patamsak, dikitan nyo rin yan si Ilim TV. Ano, legit po yan. Ano siya, guys, mayroon siyang premiere bukas.
Piling mo na papagising, hindi mapipigilan na sa'yo'y mapatingin. Ako'y tinamaan sa natatangi mong ganda. Bawat galaw ng iyong balakang ay napapatayo mo ang lanta. Kung alam man sa katunayan, madalas nakatitig sa iyong larawan. Ang daming amon yung iba, pero may mabuhay mo ang hinahaan. Di mo natin chronic at reload. At laging pinag-iiba ang iyong katawan. Kahit tingin nila sa'yo ay iba na, sa aking ikaw pa rin ang number one. Highlight, lakas ng iyong dating. Kapag nakikita ka, ako'y napapaling. Bawat giling mo na papagising, hindi mapipigilan na sa'yo'y mapatingin. Highlight, lakas ng iyong
Ay, manang buday. Salamat. Tambay lang kumari kay mga sikwa sa balaya. Okay lang yan, manang buday. Yeah, salamat sa tambay-tambay dyan. Miss Eden, subscribe to your channel. Salamat, Miss Eden. Ano kita mamaya? Pagkatapos kong kita mamaya pagkatapos kong mag-LS. Salamat.
ising, hindi mapipigilan na sa'yo'y mapatingin. Highlight, lakas ng iyong dating. Kapag nakikita ka, kung may napapaling. Bawat hiling mo na papagising, hindi mapipigilan na sa'yo'y mapatingin.
We're back with Nike playlist.
Remember? You know?
Sa akin ikaw pa rin ang highlight, lakas ng iyong dating. Kapag nakikita ka, kung may napapaling. Bawat hiling mo na mapatingin.
Salamat sa mga tambay-tambay nyo, guys.
Mapipigilan na sa'yo mapatingin.
Ngalo man ang buday.
Pwede ba dito ka na? Dito ka lang sa may tabi ko. Gusto ko lang malaman mo na may pagtingin ako sa'yo.
Pwede ka, dito ka lang. Dito ka lang sa may tabi ko. Gusto ko lang na malaman mo na may pagtingin ako sa'yo. Kung ayaw mo na, kinukulit kita. Hindi na mauulit ko, baby, pasensya na. Kahit na minsan ay pinagmumukha mo na nga, nandito pa rin para makalimot sa kanya. Ayoko na, hindi na tama.
Sige na, please.
Ang puso
Then,
ko
put the medicine
di
again
na lang
after.
napapahawa. Parang may mga
May batang pasaway dito. Ayaw na
pinipilit sa'yo. Nakita ko kahit nakatingin ako sa'yo
Ginawa ba?
sa malayo. Nabigyan ng katawan sa mga gustong panasa. Huwag niyong pag-isipan pa.
Pagbigyan mo na sana ako. Di naman ako tulad
Isa.
na inakala mo. Di naman
Go
ako
na.
gwapo. Wala rin mo to. Walang kayang ibigay
Go
na
na, sige na.
puso ko. Kaya wag mo na sana akong itaboy. Kasi di naman ako fuckboy.
Di ba tayo pwedeng magkatuluyan?
Di ba pwede?
Baka magalit ang ating magulang. Pwede naman tayong pagkantay kahit kailan ka na magtampo. Huwag mo na natin pilitin, pagkalimunan natin ang ikot ng mundo.
Ako isa sa'yo sa himig mo. Atin ang gabi na to.
Para hintuin mong matamay ng oras sa lalo. Wala na akong nararamdaman. Iba na rin kung paano mo ko tingnan. Sabi mo ay nandyan ka lang. Kung pwede lang magkaramdam ka naman.
Napakaganda mo naman lakas makaakit. Para kang anghel na umaawit sa langit. Naabutin kita kahit maraming
That's
balaki.
fast. You brush your
Bahala
teeth.
dahil di mo pasakit. Napakaganda mo naman lakas
You have to brush it good in
makaakit.
there.
Para
Sige
kang
na.
anghel na umaawit sa langit.
Kita ka, ne? I'm serious, you know. Sige na. Now.
Ayaw kitang pilitin kung di ka pa.
Remember what the dentist told you?
Susunod na lang, sa susunod na lang. Ayaw kong nabibitin, kaya mabuti pang ako'y uuwi na lang. Sa susunod na lang. Wala akong sinasabi na mali ka. Madalas na lang nagpapatay-mali siya. Limot ko na nung unang beses ka nakasakit ka. Matagal na yung nagko na magsatingin pa. Lagi kang huwag ka nang makulit. Huwag mo kong tikunin. Kung ayaw mo ng awit, parehas tayo akutin. Gawin mo pa ulit, di na ako babalik. Kung mahal mo ko, dapat mo
Ikaw na babae lagi kong inisip. Dala ka sa pagtulog at sa aking panaginip.
mahal kita. Ano man ang kaninang sabihin sa'yo ko lang iaalay ang tunay ko na pag-ibig. galing sa may tabi ko. Gusto ko lang malaman mo na may pagtingin ako sa'yo.
Pwede ba dito ka lang? Dito ka lang sa may tabi ko. Gusto ko lang na malaman mo na may pagtingin ako sa'yo. Yung binibini namin ang nais ko, binibini marikit na dalangin ko. Ikaw ang nagbigyan ng kulay sa aking mundo. Sana ay panghabang buhay na ito. Ikaw ang binibini namin ang nais ko, binibini marikit na dalangin ko. Ikaw ang nagbigyan ng kulay sa aking mundo. Sana ay panghabang buhay na ito. Binibini ko, ikaw ang nais ko na makapiling sa buong buhay ko. Laman ng panaginip, ikaw ang iniisip. Di ko alam kung bakit ako ay
Geico's whole 15 minutes thing, that came from me. My first idea was, in 1/4 of an hour, your savings will tower. But that's not catchy. So I thought, 15 minutes, 15% serendipity. Geico.
The first FDA-approved medication of its kind, Tremfya, can help adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. Most patients who saw 90% clear skin at 28 weeks stayed clear through 48 weeks. In another study, the majority of Tremfya patients saw 90% clearer skin at 3 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you...
Ibigay sa tuwing ikaw ay nabupadaan. Mga mata ko ay tumigil sa pagkat Bote-bote na katawan mo ay mga ngiti mong matamis sabay sakto na. Sana'y mapansin at ako'y dingin. Mga damdamin ko'y nais mo parating. Ko'y natali ng mga ngiti mo ay malaanghay na magkasaya na akin na. Umariyak na ako sa'yo ibang na to. Ikaw ang kahulugan na salit ng buhay ko. Ang tanging hiling, Diyos iyong dinggin. Ang babaeng marikit dahil mapasat. Lahat ng akin, ako ang akin. Kahit kung dalawa ka natin bubuhay. O aking binibini, ikaw ang pinipili. Sa sulat ulit na aking pag-ibig. Ikaw ang binibini na rin ang nais ko. Binibini marikit na dalangin ko. Ikaw ang nagbigay ng kulay sa aking mundo. Sana ay panghabang buhay na ito. Ikaw ang binibini na rin ang nais ko. Binibini marikit na dalangin ko. Ikaw ang nagbigay ng kulay sa aking mundo. Sana ay panghabang buhay na ito. Panghabang buhay na ito.
Huwag mo sanang iisipin na papagod na ako. Di ako apurado pero sa'yo ano ba? Gusto ko lang naman makasigurado.
Matagal na panahon nakitang balak tanongin. Di pag-asa ba ko bakit di pa sagutin? Sabihin mo ano pa ba ang dapat kong gawin? Bukod sa araw-araw kitang dapat mahalin.
Ang hamon ng iyong mukha sa first look. Nung una kitang makita sa Facebook. Kakaiba pa ang iyong pangalan. Para kung ang hirap mong hawakan.
Wala nang akong ibang hahangarin. Laging pasasalamat na ikay sa'kin dumating at hindi ka babaliwalain. Magkasama lang kita, yun lang ang aking iligas.
Ilang araw ka nang hindi dumadalaw. Alam mo ba, hinahanap kita araw-araw. Gabi-gabi ko hindi mabagali. Inaalala ko ang mga bawat sandali.
Hanggang girili na almost 11. Please. Tutuyin. Si Arabia is almost 11 na.
Nalaman ba kamot ko at kahit anong gawin, limutin ka. Hindi mo nasisip ko.
Kasi di ko na matiis lang. Dahan kitang namimiss lang. Ilang beses man nilang aliwin, ikaw pa rin ang gusto kong kinikis lang.
I don't know what to do, or even I'm gonna say. Cause every time na narito ako'y nagpaplay. Di na makagalaw sa kinatagayuan.
Sa iyong ngiti, ako'y humali. At sa tuwing ikaw ay lalapit, ang mundo ko'y tumitig.
Isa.
Lubos ka nang iisipin na mapagod ako.
Di ako apurado, pero sa'yo naman gusto ko lang naman makasigurado. Pilit nating iniwasan ganitong mga tanungan. At kahit di sigurado, tinuloy natin ang ating ugnayan. Ngayon'y naubos na ang kwentuhan, nagsimula ng magsisihan. Lahat ay parang lumabo, di alam kung saan tutungo. Sabi ko na nga ba, dapat nung una malalaman. Di na umasa, di na niwala. Tayo pwede, di nagtagpo, pero di tinaghanap. Hindi na posible ang mga puso'y huwag nating pahirapan. Suko na sa laban, hindi tayo pwede. Hindi tayo pwede. Kaibigan na naunang-daming, bakit di palagi? The most human trait is to want to know why. And in a year that tested everyone around the world, why was searched more than ever.
Porque es importante the spread of the coronavirus has passed a significant milestone.
And while we didn't find all the answers, we kept asking. Some questions inspired joy, others excitement.
Inami?
Yes.
Inami?
Yes.
Ina!
Yes. Dahil sa una pa lamang, alam natin wala tayong laban. Sabi ko na nga ba, dapat mo na malaman. Di na umasa, ngayon ay pero di tinatana, hindi na posible. Ang mga puso'y huwag nating pahirapan. Subukunan sa laban, hindi tayo pwede. Hindi tayo pwede dahil unang malam. Alam naman natin may unang daanan. At kahit ipilit, hanggang dito na lang. Dito na lang. Hindi tayo pwede. Pinagtagpo, pero di tinahanap. Hindi na posible. Ang mga puso'y huwag nating pahirapan. Subukunan sa laban, hindi tayo pwede. Hindi tayo pwede. Di ko inakala darating din sa akin nung ako'y nanalangin kay Bathala. Naubusan ng bakit. Bakit umalis nang walang sabi? Bakit di siya lumaban kahit konti? Bakit di maitama ang tadhana? At nakita kita sa tagpuan ni Bathala. May kinang sa mata na di maintindihan. Tumingin kung saan, sinubukan kong lumisan at tumigil ang mundo. Nung ako'y ituro mo, siya ang panalangin ko. At di mapaliwanag ang nangyari sa akin. Saksi ang lahat ng tala sa iyong panalangin. Paano nasagot lahat ng bakit? Di makapaniwala sa nangyari. Natagpuan ni Bathala, may kinang sa mata na di maintindihan. Tumingin kung saan, sinubukan kong lumisan at tumigil ang mundo. Nung ako'y ituruma at hindi ka lumayo. Nung ako yung sumuka at nagbago ang mundo. Nung ako'y pinaglaban mo at tumigil ang mundo. Ako'y pinili mo, siya ang panalangin ko.
Salamat, Johnston. Ganun ahak mo na, Johnston. Thumbs up din mo.
Get your fitness goals going.
Magtago na. Ahak na. Di mo ka sa ka, Doy. Nitago na lang ko, Doy.
Unti-unting pumapunta sa mga halaman na bulaklak.
Nitago ko, oy. Sumuka ni mo, Doy. Uy, akit ka, Doy. Hi, Benjamin pa, o yun. Anyan ako. Naggawas na ko. Sumuka ni mo, Doy. Natulog ko, Doy. Imo kong ipukaw. Akyat, Doy, akyat. Kasi gusto mo akyat sa inyo, ha?
Ay ba pagkatapos sa piling ko'y lumisang hangin ula'y tumilan na lang. Lubos na walang nakimbang, nanuring tuluyan. Tulad ng pagkakos mo'y mabibigay ang puso ko. Nagliliyak, pag-ibig ko'y umaagaw, damdamin ko'y umiiyak.
Hi pa, o yun. Salamat sa thumbs up. Love, asa na si Rose? Natulog na ko, Doy. Samukay ka, Doy, boy.
Ay ba minsan ba mahagandang maituyan pa? At ulan lamang ang saksi. Minsan pa walang buhos, huwag nang tumigil ka. Hatid mo may bagyo, dalangin ito ng puso ko. Sumasamo, pag-ibig ko'y umaagaw, damdamin ko'y umiiyaw. Sa tuwing umuulan, sa piling ka. Ay ba minsan pa mahagandang maituyan pa? Sa tubig Kahit ulan lamang ang saksi, pusang ulan na aking mundo'y
Akit na diha doy. Ayun na sige, ano diha doy.
tulad ng pag-agos mo, di mapipigil ang puso ko.
Ayan, nagbaba si Benjamin ng ano, pauyon ng bahay niya, guys. Dikitan mo si Benjamin pa, ano, doy. Pagluto sa kumawin. Na, dugay na malata ng baka, doy.
Sa pagsa mo, pag-ibig ko'y umaaraw, damdamin ko'y humihiyaw. Sa tuwa'y tuwing umuulan,
Di man ka masaka, doy. Mutago na lang ko, doy.
kapiling ka. Umiti kahit na napipilitan, kahit pa sinasadya mo akong
Saka
masaktan.
po, oy. Saka na yun, ano, pauyon. May hagdanan diha, pauyon, oh. Dako kayo.
Di ko na kaya pa nakalimutan bawat sandali na lang.
Manang Buday, akyat ka muna. Busy daw si Manang Buday. Ayan, si Pauyon. Saka na si Pauyon. At sa kabar-kabar diha, Pauyon si mong dagway. Anong kabira man ni mong dagway diha? Kabar-kabar na si mong dagway lagi.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Jud, ha? Wala pa ng Christmas diri. Wala na may Christmas diri. Pink na pink ang ano ni mo, ah.
Nagsugod naman
Ha?
diri sa mga ba? Nagsugod pamasko.
Di na uso ang Pasko diri sa mua.
Nahurot na akong 5,000.
Nagyon sa man din mo 5,000 magiinom.
Pamasko. Minsan manghingi tag 200.
Luto sa ako ko kamusa diha. Pagluto na day, padali day may diri og pagkaon day ha. Pila man di ka buk nang hingi nang ayos mo tag 200 sa horot 5,000.
Daghan to sila.
Daghan to sila.
Oh.
Kakaila, niggalab shout out sa gwapo. Ingon si ano. Ingon si Doy. Akit lagi Doy para ikaduhang gwapo Doy.
Mega love shout out, guwapo. Kagwapo nimo ba?
Kinsa man sa ito mong ipagtagaan tag 200, kadag ko pa sa imong panghatag po, 200 man po kayo.
Mga inanak.
Ah, panganak pa mo.
Mga anak sa gawas. Yahak.
Anak. Apa dyan anak sa gawas ha? Doy, presentis. Akyat ka, Gwen. I-press nimo na siya, Gwen. Nako ilapag, Gwen, nga ano, Gwen ha. Balay, Gwen ha. Tapos, imo nang i-press siya, Gwen, para makasaka ka, Gwen ha. Nadikitan mo na ba si ano, yun, si Gwen?
Si Gwen?
Oo, yan.
Dikit ko na
Present. Kadikit mo na yan. Akyat ka, Gwen. May
Sexy ba
gwapo
yan?
dito. Ah?
Sexy ba yan? Kaya
Ayan.
bigyan ko yan 5.
Gwen, binaan kang pa yun, Gwen, oh. Suntok ka na, Gwen, suntok ka. Pag sexy ko no ka, Gwen, tagaan ko no kag 5. Kanya kung di sexy yun sa man pa yun, so ihatag ni mo.
Ay, 2 lang.
Bastos. Ah. Nana reproduction. Dili, Gwen, kanang imong i-press, Gwen, ang katong ano, Gwen, kanang unsa ning StreamYard, kanang StreamYard.com, muna imong i-press, Gwen. Kung nilaya si Pao yun, bay. Kanang StreamYard.com, Gwen, mao man ay, ano, Gwen, muna i-press ni mo, Gwen, para makaano ka. Kana ang ano, muna siya mo i-press. Kasi kung imong i-press na ang ano, kanang Maui Bings vlog, mao na mo gawas. Report black or ano, i-black siya. Yeah. Ikaw pa yun, sigag layas-layas, tapos, ano, balik na po ka. Ano nilayas mong kabi?
Na-cancel. Napindot ko yung ano eh.
Layas-layas ka, tapos balik-balik sa ka.
Message ang pipindutin na dito man sa live. Atay.
Ay.
Kining
Hindi,
X
ikaw.
ba? Samok man yung X.
Pila man mo nakuha sa imong pinaskuhan ni imong mga pinaskuhan. Nakayakuha nga yung pinaskuhan. Nahurot lang mo 5,000.
Hurot lagi kay daghan man mangayo.
Ingon si Gwen, oh, haha, patay taan ng Six City. Patay daw siya ng 60, kano da pa yun. Oo, yun siya, oh, patay taan ng 60.
Si ano?
Si Gwen. Anang imong enang sim Rajapon ay. Kanarang ano, HTTP StreamYard.com, mura na imong i-press Gwen para maano. Ano siya imong i-press siya. Patay taan ng 60. Wala kayo sa dahon pa yun.
Wala.
Siya ka ng 60, murag wala ko ana. Siksik ra daw kuno siya pa yun.
Pasko man karon, bigyan pa rin.
Pasko man daw kuno Gwen, tagaan pagyapon kuno kaniyag 5. Generous ni si Pao yun karon Gwen, generous.
Nakasando lang. Bawal yata magsando lang ah.
Isa
Wala
ingon,
man jacket.
way klaro. Ay,
Heater.
wow.
Kunin mo lang heater.
Ilis ka.
Di, ano lang, makiat lang ako sa ilis.
Ano na siya kanang mamasko daw siya.
Basin mamigay si Maui.
Gusto ko magpa-games ko ano ba, kanang end of the end karon sa nga year. Pero wala ko kabalon sa pag-games lagi, may gali Pasko.
Pagpa-games?
May
Pag-games
gali
ka?
ko na ito. Pag-games ka? Load ang
Ikaw magpa-games?
plan. Magpa-games. Basid after na lang New Year. Wala pa naman na price, Gwen. Ginatudluan ako na si Gwen paano mag-akyat sa LS para kung mag-LS siya, kabalo na siya.
Pindutin lang
yung
yung
kabalo. Ha?
ilis sa StreamYard.
Yeah.
Pindutin lang ang magbaba ng hagdan.
Di nga siya kabalo magsaka eh.
Pindutin lang, i-press lang yung diyan, yung StreamYard na binaba.
Lagi. Siya may gali Pasko tagaan ko na nimo sa tulo. Nya kay nahurot man ang
Tulo?
Ni kanang nahurot man imong 5,000 ano pa yun. So pila man imong pila man imong natanggap. Wala ka natanggap. 1,000 rin mong tanggap. Agan yapon ka.
Bawi-bawi.
Awa mo gato na bawi. Isa raman imong natanggap. Abi na ko kunang katong na nimo. Ni tago na lang kanta pag kita nimo padulong na kung akong inanak ko. Tago lang sa ko.
Bawal karon ng sabi ko sa kanila sa FB nagpost ako na kung gustong magpunta dito, mayroong mga requirements na kailangan.
Ano sa requirements?
Ano, yung medical certificate, barangay.
Agi-ahak. Ay, dili dyan kakasulod ko rin. Medical certificate, barangay certificate, pabuang ko.
Di makapunta sa bahay pag walang mga kailangan ng mga
Tignan ka nimo nga random test.
Oh, mayroon din mga swab test. Kailangan din.
Ay, buang ko. Nya, nakapasa man sila tanan kay naka 5,000 makaka.
Wala pa gani kay wala man nakapasar sila sa
Maor to 5,000 dato. 5,000 ra imong nahatag kay kanaang man sila kapasar kung nakapasar sila tanan abos to timong bulsa.
Naay mo ingon na ipadala la sa sa
LBC.
oo, sa Palawan, Dikayano, Cebuana. Sabi ko, hindi pwede. Kailangan pumunta talaga sa bahay. Baka may scam tayo.
Ambot niyo pa o yun.
Baka may scammer ka ron.
May scammer ka ron.
Oo.
Ay, nako. Yang nakagasto po mong yapong ka o 5,000 nga. Wa man ga sila kapasa. Dako ba sa imong nagasto?
Dire po sa mga kapitbahay.
Agig na to sa tunimong pagkapitbahay nga tawag ani na requirements.
Ako man, gibay-bahay ko man.
Ambot nimo. Gibay-bahay ko man. Gansi lang yabon bay.
Kansi lagi. Ayaw mo walang undahan lang pas. Imada ko nga atong gasto diya.
Ay, nako. Samuk. Hurot lagi ang 5,000 da. Ay, mabawi ra mo kuno to balik nimo nagka-tawag ni money kanang nagbalik mo sa trabaho daw kuno kay doble man daw ko to.
13 mampi, sakto-sakto lang pod.
Sakto lang sud. Ganto to nimo nga dili lagi pwedeng dili gid dili kompletong requirements sa sunod kinahanglan nga kanang mo follow yung instruction sa ka nga awa naka 5,000 noon ka.
Mao na lang akong ideya na para di mo dagang gasto ba. Kanang uban magpunta gyud. Nagpost ako sa Facebook. Na ang gustong magpunta sa bahay, yan ang kailangan ko mga requirements. Nahirapan sila. Nahirapan talaga sila.
Nahirapan to sila sa kalisod-lisod.
Kalisod sila. Magkano bayad ngayon sa swab test? Mahigit 1,000.
Gabi agad sa kalibo yun ang swab test yun sa kalibo?
Sa kalibo lagi diri.
Haka po ng swab test niyo dira oy. Kabalo pang
Gibawa lang yung ano ba 'yun? Rapid test ba 'yun?
Bakit?
Kay may imbis na may virus, sabihin wala.
Nga naman.
Ay yung imbis na walang virus,
Mayroon.
mayroon kay kailangan tanggalon ka sa trabaho.
Giahak.
Oo nga, mangwarta lagi.
Ikaw klaro good. Batuon man ako sa.
Ibawal ni Duterte.
O yun. Kung ako kakuman silang batuon, bahala mo dira, buang mo.
Kung gusto niyo tanggalin sa trabaho, tanggalin. Hindi yung pasangin lang pang rapid test na. Imbis na wala tang sakit.
So, unsa may 3,500 swab. 3,500 swab daw kuno dito sa dito sa Mindanao, ingon ni Gwen
Ay mahal po dito.
Sa mga libre naman ang swab test. Drive-thru po mga ng swab test diri sa mga.
Dire libre lagi. Bayaran man nimo pag kuhaan man nila pag sahod nimo.
Ha? Ahak. Anong kuhaan man nila inig sahod nimo?
Libre daw, libre. Sabihin libre, pero kaltas diya sa trabaho.
Di man na pwede diri sa mga. Ayo kag kasuhan ka sa ayo sila kasuhan sila sa tawag sa mga empleyado, Department of
Kasuhan sila
worker.
sa illegal possession ng firearms.
Buang. Mahala yun na ilahang swab test dira good, magkabuang. Kaya may ginagamit pa nila para lang maka sa mga tao, makaputbol sa mga tao. So nganong ilahamang Gwen's Vlogs, akyat ka kapatid. Di nga niya alam paano umakyat Johnston Vlog. Pinapaakyat ko ayaw niya. Hindi siya umaakyat.
Guwapo, buhatin mo siya itapon na may bintana.
Nagigigan man lang na floor, patay. 3,500 swab test. Mabuang sa kuha ng swab test nila Gwen. Nga mahal ba kanilang swab test? Saan na siya gold?
Mahal lagi sa kanila. Buti na lang dito sa amin, 1-2 lang siguro.
1-2 lang siguro. Kabuang. Sakay panahon kay nang sa Pilipinas, no? As in.
Mo gani sunod taon, ngunhan ako sa Canada.
Adto na ka Canada? Sige, good luck na lang. Nya kay swab test daw kuno before kuno ka madto sa Canada kay 50,000 man daw.
Mahal na.
Ingon si Gwen dili daw siya kasaka kay ang iyang cellphone daw dili mo cooperate sa iyaha.
Ang daw?
Yeah. Dili mo cooperate sa iyaha. Dili man ka makasaka kumo ba? Ano sabi mo gamit pag akyat? Cellphone nimo or laptop? So yun.
Ako?
Ikaw ba?
Cellphone lang to.
Ba't hindi siya makaakyat? Kasi sabi niya, cellphone daw gamit niya.
Baka lang, keypad.
Bidangan ka pa yun, Gwen. Ka, ni Gwen. Ingon man ka nga, itsa siya sa hintana. Ingon siya nga, di daw si Doy makadaog sa kasayaha pag itsa sa bintana. Mao ta diha. Ang rapid test daw kuno kay 750.
Rapid test. Wala dito, bawal na yan.
Anong ginabawal naman ang rapid test?
Kaya ipalitan lagi ng ng swab test.
Swab test
Kailan
magyapon ang rapid test.
dami lagi na biktima ng rapid test imbis na wala kang sabihin mayroon. Kay gusto man matanggal, gusto ng mayor matanggal ka.
Ngano unsa may connection sa unsa may connection sa kanaang rapid test og sa imong work?
Di, halimbawa, ka na, regular ka na ba?
Aha.
Siyempre, may mga nainggit. Halimbawa,
Tapos?
umabot ka ng 2 taon o 3 taon. Siyempre, di man sila makapagtanggalanan na Okay.
Kay?
Tanggalin nila ng basta-basta kasi pwede sila kasuhan.
Tapos nga nung ginagamit man nila ang rapid test na
magpatawag ang company. Magpatawag kulayot. Kunwari lang ba, patawag o
Angel Summer, necessity.
Tapos?
Di, examino na sila lahat. Ay. Siyempre, gusto nila matanggal.
Tapos kung mag-positive ka, tanggalon ka nila.
Hindi ka na pabalik sa trabaho kay virus.
Pero tawag 14 days raman na siya. So, gyapon na siya kanang para sa ako, gyapon na siya kanang unsa ni ang discrimination na siya. Yes, Baya. Baya. Where are you calling? Huh? What? Go ask Lola for the medicine. Please.
Rapid kay 750.
I love you, bye. Na siya kanang sa lang mas more na ay nako. Diri di na pwede. Mas more na sila makasuhan sa kay tawag gani. Anta na akong drug test.
Mga Pilipino lang dito, paluko-luko.
Jude. Dukdukon.
Sa akin, di man sila makaloko kay luko-luko pud ko.
Ambot ni mo pa yun. Ay.
Sinabing, yun. Subtest ka bukas. Di ko, sakit akong ilong.
Ay. Buang.
Murag hose sa ilong, di ba? Yung pinapasok sa ilong.
Na siya kanang unsa niya unsa tayo na Q-tips nga taas. Sulod. Ano pa ka nakapa-swab test?
Wala pa. Kahit rapid test, wala eh.
Diri sa mga sa hospital kay siya? Required siya nga magpa-swab test ka every kay sa hospital man good. Every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks kinahanglan may magpa-swab test. Karong 28 kinahanglan ko magpa-swab test na sad. Ay nako.
Yung iba lang.
Namang gani diri sa mo nga man tawag ani kung worry ka nga nag ka nga kanaang feeling nimo nga na hawaan ka. Nay kanang unsa ni ang drive-thru lang nga swab test. Mag-adto ka lang didto. Para ato ka lang dito tapos makuha ra nimo ang Department of ang public health nasa nang sa imuha matawag sa imuha kung unsay result nimo. Wa man klaro ng mga tao sa Pilipinas ginagamit unsa lang gamiton para lang makapangloko sa tao.
Kaya nga takot dito kahit pulis pumapatay ng walang kalaban-laban.
Kaya nga, di ba? Ay, nako. Mabuang ko atong pulisa. So ingon siyang anak kay ingon yung anak nga my father is a policeman. Karon ang iyang ingon na siyang mga amiga is my father is a criminal. My father is a murderer. Ay nako.
Ang iyang gikuha man god di man criminology. Ano man gikuha niya kay criminology.
Di oy, yang gikuha kay tontology. Ay nako. Grabe ka, busado nga pulis, no? Mabuang ka.
Dito pa sa amo. Ipuso na puno kahoy.
Puspusan ang tutan mo kahoy daan.
Dami sabi sa post. 'Di ba yung picture niya i-edit lang yung sulat, sulatan lang inedit. Isunod daw ang mga waray. Tistingi dire.
Buang.
Pagburuhon.
Kalburuhon. Yabag.
Tapos isunod daw yung mga single.
Isa na si Pauyo nato. Kasi ingon bagali na ko abugago siya ti tontology di ay.
Tontology.
Abi daw iyang gikuha ingon siya Gwen nga abi daw iyang gikuha abugago di ay tontology di ay.
Sa akin kaya no criminology.
Criminology. Kabuang. Ay nako. Busy sila naman ng buday ron ba kay ano? Kay Pasko daw.
May handa sila doon?
Nandun daw mga chikwa sa ilahang balay maong dili siya kasaka. Isa kagawas.
Di ba yung Hong Kong, yan New Year nila, ganun pa rin dito? Ay, Pasko?
Ang naada ko na uban nga mag-celebrate kaya pag Pasko sa regular nga nila nga Pasko tapos usually Chinese New Year man na sila.
January siguro nila eh.
Oh, pero kabalo kang kabalo ka na sa kanaang Chinese, di ba na maano gyapon sila sa dulo kay sila sa Pilipinas pero halos sila gyapon sila nag-celebrate gyapon sila mga mga tawag gani. Celebrate gyapon sila og kanang Pasko, regular nga Pasko. Yeah. O siguro dubli-dubli man sila ilang Pasko. May gani pa o yun dili ka Chinese kay kung Chinese ka pa buslot gyapon ganung bulsa kaduha man ka celebrate og Pasko.
Bigay na ako kay isa, di na ako magbigay ka pangalawa na.
Kay adtuon man ka sa mga adtuon mo din kasi mga inaanak maingon din ta nga ako ni nung kuripot.
Sabihan ko man sila daan, ayaw mo balik kaya nga akong bungsaran tam na ako bumba.
Buang.
Mamas ko mo ron, bala.
Ay nako. Way Pasko sa mua. Nahurot. Si Gwen di kasaka. Saka na Gwen. Hawlog na ko neutro ang hagdanan Gwen. Basin day wala nga na ang makasaka na ka.
I-press lang.
I-press na lagi ng StreamYard Gwen.
Press lang yung niya. Yung StreamYard. Mala ka ni uli sa Liti po yun. Ay matakluban. Lalo na. Pag umuwi ako, malaking gasto.
Tapos, i-quarantine ka pa no?
Pamasahe pa lang, 4,000.
Ano mo na, barko or ano? eroplano?
Bus.
Ha?
Ay, van pala, van.
Anong, kung
Wala
mag-ano
mang
ka,
Wala pa mang bus.
pero mag-eroplano ka, mas brato manggurang eroplano.
Katakot naman sa kaya aeroplano.
Nga na po, ayun mo ba kakasakay eroplano, binuang mong kadira, oy.
Katakot nun sa ganyan.
Mas mayo pa nga nung sakay kag eroplano, kay kung ang eroplano, yan pa yun ha. Ang eroplano, masakay kag eroplano, kung bagsak, dito ka patay.
Delikado lagi yung bagsak kay punta ka sa gitna ng kadagatan.
Unya kay, kuha, diretso makapatay, be.
Mayo
Ang
pang bus kay mahulog dito sa kakahuyan.
Unya kay ang ano,
Taas man lupad na ng ano. Wala, din ako kabati sa'yo. Din ako kadungog.
kadangog ka pa?
Oo na.
Sumuka ni. May pa ang ano, nya kay kung kanang sa tawag ani. Nya kay ang kung ano ka isakay man to sa ruro ang ano ang van. Nya kay malunod man didto Walang ka pa sa dagat.
Alaligtas.
Nya paglangoy mo sa dagat, unya pagkahuman mo paglangoy mo sa dagat, napadakpon pa kag iho, magantos pa ka. Di ba? May nalang eroplano.
Dami mang kailangan sa eroplano pag sumakay ka.
Ito yung kinahanglan.
Yung ano, parang nag-apply ka ng trabaho pag sasakay ka lang, parang ka nag-apply ng trabaho doon.
Karon nga time?
Medical certificate, barangay,
Huh?
barangay clearance,
Aha
tapos
ka good.
Travel pass.
Ay,
Maganda sa van kay pasahe na lang, mamasahe ka na lang, sila na lang bahala sa tanan.
paano man nila alam ang imong medical certificate kung magsakay ka sa van?
Isin
Ha?
lang ni kung imong pangalan isin, tapos sila na lang bahala kumuha ng ano.
Sila na maglukat.
500.
Tapos, so mao nang 4,000 tanan ang bayad dayon.
Okay, 3,500 ang ano, bayaran nimo tapos bayad ka sa 500, ma 4,000.
Aha ka mo ng ginabuhiya eh.
Lagi, ang hirap pag umuwi ng basta-basta eh. Daming kailangan.
Ignan to ninyo, sakya ko ninyo ba patuon ta mo ron. Hindi ganun mo pa sakay na ko, patuon taman mo ba?
Madakop makaman sa ano, linya.
Ha?
Dakop ka man sa mga checkpoint kung wala kang dalang mga papel kay kailangan paghingi nila mayroon ka. Kung wala kang ibigay, di naiwan ka doon.
Malagi na lang, mahirap pa sa kalisod-lisod.
Iwan ka tuloy sa checkpoint.
Batuon. Di gani ko nyo pasakyon rin, batuon taman mo.
Hirap na. Pagdating naman sa barangay nyo, ay doon ka sa bayan muna. Quarantine. Pag kumangkag 15 days, ay 14 days, dito na po sa barangay. 7 days.
Kapila ba na mag-quarantine din ha ba?
Duha kay sa bayan, halimbawa bayan namin, Lapas. May barangay pa kami doon. Quarantine ka pa doon.
Makakabuang.
7 days. Tapos sa bayan, 14 days.
So, ang imo isa ka buwan nara kay doon nag-quarantine.
Oh, ang imong baon na kwarta, wala na abot sa bahay.
Ito sa quarantine. Ay, mabuang.
Ultimo, ano na lang damit ng dala. Pasalubong mga...
Wa na sila klaro di sa Pilipinas, no? Ano nila, unta ka ng... Diretso na lang ba? Dito na rin quarantine one time.
Wala, kailangan pa sa ano lagi. Bayan.
Pareha good, very good. Kana ang ano, dito ka na mag-quarantine sa imuhang last destination.
Wala, kadua
Hey,
lagi.
mga bugo man kayo ng mga tao sa Pilipinas.
Klaro.
Oy, klaro, Jude. Isa ka ano, kapila ka mag-quarantine. Yabag na. Manang-giingon di pa yun nga, mabuang ko, bayot.
Buang yun.
Ay, yabag. Ay, klaro. Sige lang, quarantine hangtod maano. Okay, itong ano, last time, ulo yung time sa Pilipinas, yun niya kay, ang quarantine, grabe ka quarantine, i-quarantine ka sa Manila, i-quarantine ka sa Asa, ay, mabuang ko, ay, magpuyo.
Quarantine ka sa Manila, pagdating sa bayan mo, quarantine ka pa.
Aha, nara ka sa balay, permente, puyo ay.
Tapos doon sa barangay, umangka doon sa may basketballan, doon ka sa bahay, hindi ka maglabas-labas muna.
Puyo ay lang ka dito. Ay, nako.
Sabihan na lang sila, palitin na lang ako wheelchair kay aron di makalabas.
Wheelchair, good. Ahak.
Pagpungko-pungko na lang ako dire.
Tapos dala din kaglata.
Yan ang sinasabi namin eh. May tumutulong sa ano, pauwing probinsya. Ano ba yun? Yung balik, ano ba yun? Balik bayan.
Mhm.
O balik probinsya pala yun.
Aha.
Tapos, ayaw naman ng mga taga kabarangay mo na pauwiin ka kasi may COVID. Yan, mahirap kasi. Mayroong tumutulong makauwi.
Taslakan man sila sa COVID, taslakan.
Umaayaw naman yung mga taga barangay. Kung doon ka nang galing. Sabi, wag mo na pauwiin yan kay yan lang ang makaano dito sa
COVID,
sakit. Wala talaga.
Malagi no, ano tawag ani, mabuang. Grabe ka buang kay tawag nito. Layo ra kayong balay nga unsa tawag ani, nag-positive tapos dayon kanang sa tawag ani, ang dahol may quarantine ka buang. I-lockdown dayon.
Bago ka naabot sa barangay, tapos may nagka-COVID, ikaw na pud pasang inlan.
Giahak.
Mao na, si ano na, kay galing sa Manila.
Ikaw hinon makakita inong kag-away.
Di mo pala daan na pala to sila may sakit. Wala talaga.
Ay, may klaro. Ako no kay ingon ko pabatuon mo ron. Taka lang mo pang
Ikaw na
taka lang mo pang manangil.
matahapan ka noon. Yung kalat na dayo ng mga istorya ba? Ay sus, abot dayon sa kung saan.
Radyo baktas good sa mangka.
Doon sa barangay, may na-COVID. Kasi dumating si Pauyon, galing sa Manila. Ayan na.
Managing ang giahak le kulang.
Viral na.
pero
Examino na pud ka. Examino na pud ka ulit.
ya, dili jud ka undangan hangtod mo ano, hangtod mag-positive.
Oo. Ilis.
Ha.
Ayan naman yan.
Ilis to
Okay,
sa
kaaway.
YouTube.
Okay, kaaway na po yun.
Mga barkada. Kala nila uyab na daw nanawag.
Tanaw po yun na nakauyab din ha. Sino na?
May
Ano
mutawag.
yan? Sino na naman yan? Uyab na naman yan. Mahurot na pud na imuhang ano, imong kwarta. Ay, nakawabuang ko.
Tagay-tagay naman po sila ni mamaya.
Imong pamilya pa o yun na diya sa Manila or ikaw lang diha sa Manila?
Ako lang.
Kay uli na dire kundi bumbahan ako ng Manila.
Di ako makalugar kung na sila dire.
Ngano man? Di ba yung ka nakasa ano, di ba Makati ka, di ba? Meron akong kaibigan na tagaliti din to siya. Hello Mamawi, hello Dudong Pauyon. Ayan, pumasok na si Dudong Abaw. Hi Abaw. Akyat ka daw Abaw, ingon si ano, ingon si Pauyon. Kay ano, tawag ani. Ingon si Pauyon kay hurot na daw yung kwarta, sige panghatag regalo. Lana, nahotda ng kwarta si ano pa yun Abaw.
Kiyat kayo kay ako na po mubaba.
Di na pwede mo babas pa yun ba Abaw? Batuon daw kuno siya basta pag mo baba. Ay, hello Dudong pa yun, ingon si Abaw. Ay, naka.
Dudong di ay.
Dudong di ay. Ayan. Si Doy kay ano to tawag ani. Mag-inatay sa kuno siya kay wa pa man na siya ano. Ano pa daw kuno siya magluto pa daw kuno siya sa lahang yang Noche Buena daw.
Wala siyang ilis.
Kumanalas bago lang siya mag-ilis. Ganiha.
Bisita ko kanina.
Bumisita
ko kanina.
Ganiha. Gikapoy ko kay kanaang akong coworker. Nag-ano siya, adto dami sa Adidas kay naay sale ang Adidas.
Tiil sa ano? Manok.
Maujud.
Sarap yung nabubuhay.
Lagi no?
Magluto ako mamaya, ano lang. Tiil ng baboy.
Tiil sa baboy? Wala na tiil mong baboy.
Laga.
O yun, wala na hukot na tiil mong baboy.
Palit lang sa tindahan.
Binaputlan sa di magtiil ang baboy.
Makalakad doon. Hindi na makalakad nun.
Palupog lang sa nimo until sunod din New Year na sad.
Mabuhay.
Ginagmay ba? Para ano? Para tawag ani, ginagmay para tawag ani. Kanaang kinuripot style ba? Magagmayon sa nato ha. Para ano? Para dili mahurot dayon dali ba? Sa to pag mag-ihaw og baboy mo hang butangan daghan asin para dili mahurot dayon.
Di makakaon yung mga bisita. Ay ano? Ano ba yun?
Di imong asinon daghan.
Asinon. Ano ba yun? Pangalan nun?
Ngalan. Asinon daghan para ano, para dili mahurot ba?
Tultulon lang, no?
Oo.
Pag gusto mong mag-ulam, kuha ka lang.
Unsa to baboy ginamos?
Ginamos.
Haklang sa ng baboy ginamos. Aha. Ginamos na jud, di ba? Kasi kung inana ang inana ang ano, inana ang style di ginamos na siya, dili na gid siya nga karning baboy
Ano
nga
para
regular.
sa waray, inasin.
Inasin. Oh. Wala gyud inasin nga karning baboy. Dili na to siya ano pa yun, dili na to siya kana unsa ni ang karning baboy nga ano, regular.
Hindi na ano kasi pang paggulay nimo may gulayon ka, haluan na lang nimo ng inasin.
Mura ra gihapon to sagol sa gula la mo asin, ginamos.
Ginamos.
Ah,
Di ka na mag-asin sa gulay kay ang baboy naman ni halo. Maano naman nun.
kay parat naman. Kay parat naman mao ano mao nang ginaasin man gud nato sa tuwa dira kay wala man refrigerator good, di ba?
Asin.
Kay kung ibutang ni kung may refrigerator dili unta to siya i-asinon niya kay kung may refrigerator mo to asinon na lang.
Isulod sa tadyaw. Tapos ibaon sa lupa.
Unsa to unsa may lami atop tayo pagkahuman.
Tapos isang taon mo kunin.
Ew.
Murag ano na to. Kanang ano ba ang pangalan? Patis. Natunaw naman.
Giahak lang po na ang kabutanga.
Di mo alam yung patis na mga isda yan na ano? Inasin?
Nga bulok. Di ba? Nga dubok nga isda na, di ba?
Kahit di bulok. Basta kung gusto mo maggawa ng patis, yan talaga ang ano, ginagawa isda.
So, ibutangan lang dito tapos waton lang pila kaan. Para ano?
Parang kural na hollow block tapos may takip sa ibabaw. May ano lang siya, may ano, may butas lang siya sa ibabaw. Ang septic tank.
Giahak. Septic tank yun.
Tapos dito sa ibaba, may parang gripo siya. Matsansa nila yan, ano na, matunaw na kay isang gana nila sa mga ano, sudlanan.
Pero lami man.
O gani, lami kay kargado ng asin tapos mahimog patis. Isda gud na.
Okay lang na pao yun basta ang ibutang dito karni lang or isda, di lang karnis tao.
Kaya ang problema kung may tiyaga na napasok. Nailima kadaga.
Ahak. Ahak lang po ng ilaga po sa ilaga di ibutang.
Di, nadisgrasya lang nahulog ba?
Ahak nga no wala na gitarong og ano.
Di, may takip man yan.
Ika po ayun mo siguro na mong ginahimo ba?
Napanood ko yan sa YouTube yata yan napanood ko.
Butangan og ginana.
Oo. Search ko kung paano ginawa yung patis. Sus, kay mga isda man.
Ahak lang.
Yung ano nila, kasagaran nila ginagawa yung ano, yung galunggong.
Okay, dali raman na maano ang galunggong good.
Yun ang ginagawa
diba?
nila.
Dali raman ang galunggong
matamban.
Malata.
Tamban.
Oh. Nag-hire man si si Abaw, wala man ni Saka si Abaw. Busy siguro na si Abaw.
Nalang na. Ya,
Naminaw ra na si Abaw dira.
sigtanaw na ako.
Sikta na. Ay. Pero saan man ka nakaulit sa inyo ha? Pa yun.
Ha?
Pero saan ka last day ulit sa pa inyo ha?
Sa Leyte?
Oh.
Wala, 4 na ako katuig hindi na umuwi.
Ay, wala na kauli-uli dito.
Oh, okay.
Ikapoy na ka?
Mag ano lang sa pera, magkadto ka, balik na pod. Sige,
Mura sa
magpadala.
gade. Mura lang sa kag nasa other country.
Oo.
Pagdugay kay kauli.
Kung mga anak, iniiwan ko yung yung pinakabunso. Ano pa lang yun? 2 taon ngayon.
Tamsak.
7 years
Tamsak
na.
na ho. Salamat abo sa tamsak. Pila edad sa imong anak sa pagbibian mo?
2.
Duha niya karon unom na katuig.
Oh.
Ay,
Di na to siguro makaila pag umuwi na ako.
ay tsaba pa kaila ato. Pero gina-istorya man kanimo sa sa video call.
Hay man signal dito wala man.
Nahiyaha. Uli aso to
Layo.
dito grabe kay ka.
Ano lang kung wala man kaming wifi doon. Di man kayang
Sabi mo community nila ha.
Di man makayang signal sa cellphone doon yung cell site na sa amin kay malayo.
Oh. Nya paano man ka makipag-communicate sila ha?
Tawag cellphone number.
Oh, pero so tawag gina-istorya yapon mo sila sa sa cellphone.
Oo, cellphone. Tawag man sila sa number.
Oh.
Pero video call wala kay di madala.
Luuya good.
Sabi ko pag baka pabilhan ko sila ng wifi yung PLDT ba?
Oh, bakit pa? Hindi ko naman alam yung Asa ako nanay pa uyon. Asa daw yung nanay ni ni Abaw. Nagluto daw ko na Abaw kay daghang kano kay chikwa sa ilang balay. Si tatay sa nagluto pud. Wala sila Kaya ni hapon gitaban daw nimo ingon si tatay. O yun, gitaban daw kuno nimo yang nanay ni Abaw.
Si Abaw, anak yan ni Johnston?
Ha?
Anak ni Johnston. Baka si Johnston.
Anak nila ni Buday.
Anak nila?
Oh.
Di nga.
Abaw, dili mo dili mo patuo dili mo tuo si Pauyon sa akong giingon Di daw siya di nga daw. Uncle Pauyon di ay ha. Uncle ka daw ni Pao ni Abaw Di mo tuo si Abaw, di mo tuo si Pauyon nga imong nanay tatay si si Doy og si sa Manang Buday. Tuon na lang gud diha tuon na lang gud diha Pauyon para matamadali.
Tuon na lang aron madali.
Aha, kay mo naging katuuhan dili pero tuon na lang tulo na lang diha para tamadali.
Ay, nangangawit yung kamay ko, makahawak cellphone kasi di mapa lapag. Ubus man kini kay nag-charge man.
Ay, na lang ng kanang imong cellphone nga pagpuyo di ha. Ay sig pakugos kay kapoy si kugos. Uncle pa o yun. Uncle daw ko na kani ano, ni Abaw o.
Angkol lagi kay lalaki man ta, pero kung angkil, babae.
Ang
Angkil o angkol mag-asawa na.
uncle. Ano ga ikaw sa akong tingog ba eh? Pero bigla lang nag-ikaw akong tingog. Wala mo to nag-ikaw ganun.
Si angkol.
Uncle
Ilang taon?
paano?
Anak ni ano, ilang taon?
Ang ala.
Yan anak ni Budoy. Ay Budoy Johnson.
Idoy? Ano, inaanak, ilang taon ka na daw, ingon si ano pa yun.
Baka si Johnston lang yan.
Angan sa man.
Si Johnston lang yan, si Abaw.
Di si Abaw, di naman mo na ilah si Abaw.
Ha?
Di mo na ilhan si Abaw.
Hindi ah. May ano yan?
Abaw, talaga maniwala ni ano ni Pao yun oh.
May channel yan?
Ha, oo. Bakit di mo kadikit si Abaw? Abaw, ito talaga yung uncle mo. Ano, tawag nito? May dementia na ata to.
Asin itong ano?
May dementia. Ano pala Pao yun? Tamsakan mo to si ano, si Ellen TV. Sa ano niya? Patawag niyan.
Baba di ko.
Ha?
Mababa di ako.
Oh. Tinabal, ha ha ha. Nadaw tinabal si ano, si tawag ani. Tinabal si si Abaw. Si ano si Abaw, dili mo tuo si Pao yun. Anak ka ni Duyog ni Buday. Sila ni Jailin at saka sila ano sila eh. Busy sila ngayon sa ano. Busy sila magluluto ata sila. Yan ni Asnik.
Wala akong magluto kaya nagluto ng mga silingan.
Muna kanindot dyan sa Pilipinas no kay kaan ko nang silingan close ra kayo tapos mag-ano ra dayon mag-share ra dayon no. Moingon din na po yung tabang mga silingan. Uy bahin.
Magsabi sila sa akin, dakong gasto nimo sa Pasko. Depende lang sa nagbigay.
Hindi lang sa nagbigay. Tinabal. Namiss ko yung tinabal. Ha?
Parang madilim na.
Mag-alas 6 na dyan, di ba?
5:48.
Oo. Dire sa mo mag-alas 12 na, uy, pa yun.
Alas 12 ng gabi?
Kadlawon.
Oh. Kadlaw pa.
Ha?
Sa'yo pa.
Alas 12 lagi sa kadlawon. Binuang ka dira sa'yo.
Ay, sa kadlawon di ay? Magahon?
Oo. Sa'yo na lagi, sa'yo buntag.
Sa'yo sa buntag.
Sa'yo buntag.
Sa'yo sa kabuntag.
Ay, sa'yo pa kayo, sa'yo sa buntag. Arang sa'yo pa na.
Ningon Mingaw Pasko?
Ha?
Mingaw Manila Pasko.
Oh, nana si tatay, nana si tatay Jans to, no? Anak, amping diha, ha? Ayaw pasagdi mo mama buday diha, amping. Doy, dili mo tuo si, ba nga, anak ni mo si Abaw. Anak ninyo ni Manang Buday. Binuang ra kuno ko. Ay, naka.
Moto ko pa. Ano? Pa. Ano ba yun? Tawag no?
Hindi na kakabalo sa isang storya diha, o yun.
Paano ba kung kinsa ang amahan? Ano ba yun?
Ipa-DNA test?
Oo. Kala ko rapid.
Rapid test. Doy, ipa-rapid test na si Abaw. Kung anak,
Para-
bagi daw niya paingon ni pa o yun.
Ni mo. Baka sa akin.
Ahak
Baka sa
siya na ipa-rapid test, oy. Para mahibawaan kung anak yun. Rapid test yun.
kay kung dili mo ha, ako magpa-rapid test. Basig ako
Ay, mabuang ko. Ano pare? Luto na yung baka diha.
Mao nang giingon na yung giduyan yung bata ba. Nakabalo
Yeah.
nakabalo naman ang bana na dili iyang anak kay iyang asawa. Bago sila bago na nag-asawa, buntis na.
O niya.
Giduyan na sa bata, ingon yung lalaki. Dili ini akon. Batian sa babae. Ano? Ako na lang ini.
Kabuang niyo pa o yun. Ay, mabuang ka.
Kanta sa doon. Dili ini akon. Nakabati yung asawa niya. Ang sabi mo? Ay, ang ini.
Under Bisaya di ay.
Oh. Ako na lang. Pero dili, di buntis na nag-asawa sila, buntis na sa laing laki.
Ako na lang ini.
Oh. Tungod sa kalagot niya, idoyan ang bata. Sabi ng asawa, idoyan yung bata kay naghilak. Sige. Kanta ba siya?
Ako na lang ini. Katawa si Doyo. Ang ispa yun, Doy ba?
Angkon kang imong anak, basig dili muha ba?
Ay, nako. Kaduyan lagi. Ano ka na sila? Wala naman sila namasok kay tawagan ni nga busy na sila. Kay na bendiha alas sa oras mag alas 6 na po ayun no. Magdili ako. Ipilit na si Pao yun, wala na, nahutdan na siya nahutdan na siya og kana ang iyahang nahutdan na si Pao yun sa iyahang load. Ay. Ayan. Guys muna ako guys. Wala po, oy. Unsa imong gipang ayaw-yaw pa uyon, basin mabaslan ka, mukalit ka ragkirig. Patay ka na pa uyon. Nasa naman ka pa uyon, nilayas mong ka pa uyon. Eh, may nanawag, ahak, amo, din pilit ka pa uyon, wala din ka. Pa uyon, ingon si ano manang buday. Basin kuno ano unsa daw kuno ang imong ginayaw-yaw diha pa uyon, basin mabaslan ka mo, mukalit ka ragkirig. La mo kirig gyud ay pa uyon. Unsa na pa uyon patulon? May nanawag daw ahak daw nanawag. Di daw siya mo ano man ang buday oy. Luto ko ulam mo. Sige pa yun, luto sa dira. Di daw yun kuno siya manang buday mo tuong anak nimo si Abaw. Mutuo lang daw kuno siya kung ipa-rapid test daw kuno nimo si Abaw. Kung anak bagyo kuno nimo o dili. Tinood lang ito akong storya. Tinood ako storya. Mag-ingon ingon diha man ang buday tuo na lang daw kuno para kuno madali. Katuuhan dili pero tuo na lang daw kuno para madali. Love, amping mo diha sa atong anak ha. Okay love, okay love you. Doy, kinahanglan di na mo sa kabalik ay hadlok. Manang buday nakita ka lang niya ba, nahadlok na si si Pauyon. Di na mo saka. Tapos ay kuno hadlok-hadlok na Pauyon. Kay Pauyon, ano daw, tao ni magpa-rapid test daw sila para daw maniwala ka na anak nila si Abaw. Mutago na ko guys. Kaya matulog na ko karon soon. Biji ra ko sa ubos, abi guro na wa ko minaw, gamonitor ni tulo. Ay, pauyon, bastid ka pauyon bay. Naminaw daw si manang buday. Ay parapid test nimo si si Abaw. Lab, suya si Mawi sa ato ba? Ngano masuya man ko sa imuha Ano masuya man ko sa imuha pare nga tawag ani. Nga pa man ka nagpa-rapid test kay wala pa man ka nagpa-rapid test kay Abaw kung imuha ba daw kunong anak ingon si pauyon. Ay, rapid test. Subuan ko. Patugon ako ba? Johnston Vlog, kinahanglan daw ko nung ipa-rapid test nimo si Pauyon, dili si Pauyon, si Abaw. Para daw para daw ma-determine yun daw nga anak nimo si si Abaw. Dili na daw uso karon ang DNA test, rapid test na daw. Ano man ang buday? I-rapid test daw nimo si pa-rapid test daw nimo si Abaw. Rapid test pa more. Lagyan ko na lang ng music. Bahala na mapalo ni Lolo. Haha.
New Robitussin Naturals Cough Relief Gummies, powered by the best of nature to help relieve cough and help clear mucus. The Colgate Optic White Overnight Whitening Pen removes 15 years of stains in just 1 week. Easy and effective whitening while you sleep. Wake up to a whiter, brighter smile. Use together for great whitening results.
Dati ay nadarama, sa puso mo'y naglanga. Kahit nakasama ka, parang kung nag-iisa. Di ba mahilig ka lang ang iba? Pilit makising na, di mahal kita. Di hindi ko magawa. Huwag mo lang itago pa, kung sadyang ayaw mo na. Sana ay lumagaya ka. Hanap pa rin kita, nais na makita ka. Di man tayo kahit hindi na mahal, hindi kita ibawal. Ito sa'yo lamang.
Sabi mo ay ako lamang. Sabi mo ay diwa. Mahal mo ko, iwasan.
I'd find a corner in my house and kind of, do the dog rub.
Mawalay ka damdamin ko nito aking puso.
Bakit biglang nagbago ka? Bakit nakulang sa iyo? Sa'yo lang ang pagmamahal na ibalik ko sa'yo. Bakit ikaw ngayon ay biglang nagbago? Sino ba ang sa marunong magmahal? Ay siyang madalas maiwan. Sino ba ang sa marunong magmahal? Ay siyang madalas maiwan. Nakialaman dahil sa'yo na magmamahal. Nakialaman ko sa'yo. Bakit ikaw ngayon kahapon lumipas na, di na malilimutan. Tayong dalawa nooy nagsumpaan, nasadyang ikaw at ako, siyang magmamahal. Sa'yo lang mahal, na inabig ko sa'yo. Bakit ikaw ngayon ay nagbago? Sino ba ang marunong magmahal? Ay siyang madalas maiwan.
Sino ba ang sa marunong magmahal ay siyang madalas mahiwa ng di alam dahilan bakit mo. Sino ba ang sa marunong magmahal ay siyang madalas mahiwa ng di alam dahilan bakit mo. Sino ba ay siyang madalas mahiwa di alam bakit mo.
Nilalik ako ni Tatay Mar, yung nangyari po nga pagkakaksidente ng kanyang anak na natin sila.
Then naka-i-award sa'yo. But what do we have to do? We have to think about direct negligence for employer niya. Kaya nasabugin siya ng advocates. How will we go about this? Madalas po ang ginagawa namin mga abogado is that we look into yung industry standards sa maintenance. We go to the industry standards po ng practices ng mga employees. And kapag hindi nasunod yun, then may laban.
Ayun. So dapat ma-establish na meron talagang nangyaring negligence. Kapag meron, magandang laban.
Yes, sir. Madalas na ginagamit ng evidence dito. So, dito tayo ng isang owner, isang establishment. And then we let him identify ano ba yung kulang na ginawa nito or ano ba yung kulang na ginawa ng employer in this situation. For example, dapat yung machine dapat nilinis thrice a week. Ganyan. And then we make them identify na once a week.
Naririnig mo pala ba? Wine lang ako, tagay. Ako magtagay, abo? Tulog na ako.
want to know why. And in a year that tested everyone around the world, why was searched more than ever.
The spread of the coronavirus has passed a significant
Nararamdaman sa'yo, umaasang ikaw sana'y mayakap. Di ko na kaya pang hilihin, nasasaktan mo ako sa aking pag-ibsa. Hinahanap ka, di ko kailangan ng kayamanan. Puso mo ang kamay kong inanasa. Hindi ko kayang ikaw ay mawalay ka sa piling ko. Sana ay ikaw ang kapangarap, sa bawat araw ay aking mahalatan. Habang ang buhay ko ay narito, ibigay sa'yo. Sasaktan lang ako sa aking pag-iisa. Hinahanap ka, di ko kailangan ng kayamanan. Puso mo ang tanging kong inaasahan. Hindi ko kayang ikaw ay malayo. Malay ka sa piling ko. Sana ay ikaw ang kapangarap, sa bawat araw ay aking mahalatan. Habang ang buhay ko ay narito, ibigay sa'yo. Kahit sarap ng tunay na pagmamahal, katulad nito, pag-ibig ko sa'yo. Di ko kailangan ng kayamanan. Ang aming kong inaasahan. Hindi ko kayang ikaw ay malayo. Mamalay ka sa piling ko. Sana ay ikaw ang kapangarap, sa bawat Tonight, I celebrate my love for you. It seems the natural thing to do.
Tonight, no one's gonna find us. We'll leave the world behind us.
When I make love to you, tonight I celebrate my love for you and hope that deep inside you feel it too.
Tonight, our spirits will be climbing to a sky filled up with diamonds.
When I make love
Joram Maramayan, salamat po. Merry Christmas all.
I celebrate my love for you. And the midnight sun is gonna come shining.
Joram Maramayan, salamat.
Tonight, there'll be no distance between us.
Merry Christmas all.
All I want most to do is to get close.
Ayan, nagbaba si Joram ng bahay. Dikitan nyo guys.
There'll be no distance between
Ayan, nagbaba si Joram ng bahay.
I celebrate my love for you. It's all I see from you.
We will hold this fire of rest turning to love.
When I make love to you, I celebrate my love for you. And the midnight sun is gonna come shine.
Tonight, there'll be no distance between us.
What I want most to do is to get close to you. Tonight, I celebrate my love for you. Tonight. Sakin lang ang araw darating ang iyong tanging hinihiling at nung Dumating ang aking panalangin ay hindi na maikubliyo. Ang pag-asang nahanap ko sa iyong mga mata, at ang takot kong sakali man ika'y mawala. At ngayon, nandyan ka na, di mo paliwanag ang nadarama. Handa ako sa walang hanggan, di maasahin, di ka sasaktan. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, ikaw ako. Sa wakas ay hinahanap ko na rin ang aking tanging hinihiling. Pangako sa'yo na agad uunahin at hindi na itatanggi ang tadhanang nahanap ko sa iyong pagmamahal. Ang dulo sa pag-ibig na di na magtatagal. At ngayon, nandyan ka na, di mo paliwanag ang nadarama. Handa ako sa walang hanggan, di maasahin, di ka sasaktan. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, ikaw ako. Mula hanggang dulo.
Wise man say, only fools rush in, but I can't fall in love with you. Child, I say, would it be a sin if I can't fall in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my whole life too. If I can't fall in love with you.
Darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. If I can fall in love with you, if I can fall in love with you.
Remember, we never needed each other. The best of friends, like sister and brother. We understood we never be alone. Those days are gone. Now I want you so much. The night is long, and I need your touch. Don't know what to say. I never mean to feel this way. Don't want to be alone tonight. What can I do to make it right? Falling so hard, so fast this time. What did I say? What did you do? How did I fall in love with you? I hear your voice and I start to tremble. Brings back the trouble that I resemble. I cannot pretend that we can still be friends. Don't want to be alone tonight. What can I do to make it right? Falling so hard, so fast this time. What did I say? What did you do? How did I fall in love with you? I want to say it's right, and it has to be tonight. Just need you to know. I don't want to live this life. I don't want to say goodbye. With you, I wanna spend the rest of my life.
in other states was, start at the stop sign.
Ted Bundy has been recaptured after spending nearly 6 days of freedom in the mountains near Aspen. This morning, he was returned to court and arraigned on numerous additional charges relating to his escape. Oh my gosh. Okay. Outside, I'm sure.
Sorry. Yeah, you.
No, if only they have one. It's terrible. Oh, but heard it 4 times. No one's found it. This is hard. It's hard for me too. It's so hard. And we're running to foolish. And you were answering my calls. And what to do, I thought was got scared.
Reject.
I'm going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court.
You're not giving information for 15 years.
That's a maximum. It's a maximum. You know, it's a maximum for conviction.
And you're facing 90 more for life.
I have this under control of it. I have to figure it out. It's all up here. Okay?
I can't.
Liz, what are you talking about, Liz? Liz, look at me. Liz, look at me. Do you not love me anymore?
No, I do. I do. And that's the problem.
What if I get out? I can do all of it. I do. I promise you, it would be free. It would be.
This is for love.
What? No, Liz, please don't go. Liz. Come on. Liz! Liz! So, what's your resolution? For New Year's. Mine's to lose a couple of belt notches. Well, I always manage to find them later. Oh, come on. Everybody's got something they want, something they want to get rid of.
Yeah. Money on my mind, so I'm too paid. Real out of time, never too late. Sipping on this say sight. You're a long way from cheaper. Then it'll work like first. New York to LA, Hawaii, Japan. I'm a barely so simple like I am. Got the whole world in the palm of my hand, but don't give a fuck, say I'm I am. Everything to me, I don't know what you talk about. Why not? Days, everybody got a palm out. Think of me, yeah, that's what I'm about. I am a rhyme, but you rappers on time out. Rap that anywhere, everywhere, worldwide. I don't give it away when this world took a lot.
Atlanta's home for hip hop. Night Tracks is sponsored by Vibe. Get that futuristic high with Vibe. Coming soon. And coming up.
Wait, you know we want that sauce? Yeah. I want to get it real wet.
Rich girls don't eat here. Yeah.
Maybe what we do. What's tonight? You want to turn up with us?
Hell yeah.
Let's go smoke up that. Anyways,
Yo, where you get weed from? Yo, it's been dry as hell around here.
everybody's down bad. You have no idea what we have to do to get this pack.
Oh, like this. This company goes back. It's like an app. Like the delivery snacks that we had. And to snack is like snacking while you snack. Snack. Wow.
You're really hot.
It's like a great time.
Are you ready? Hey. Here's what's up. We're going to go inside, and you're going to give us all of the cash to the register. Or we're going to deep fry.
Tell my children something like that.
Our Sandra won't take any credit card no more.
For many centuries, London was a dangerous place. It was a magnet of the very worst kind of people. Jack the Ripper dominated the headlines, but he wasn't the only hero. Murder to foot. The fear of death was everywhere. But police had their work cut out to track the culprits down. In this series, we'll be investigating some of the country's most notorious and ingenious crimes. Sexual intrigue, vicious murder, some stories of London's dark side. Some is a pocket has been accepted to in the Georgian era. It was a stylish retreat of rich friends. Later in the 19th century, France and the relevant opened up the city. People all went along the journey there with fresh air, long, sunny roads. By the 1930s, writing was easily popular daydream of London. But at that moment, the train line brought tourists to the town. It also brought those the darker place. Brighton had been a rather raffish place for the days of Prince Regent, General Nautilus in the early 19th century. Elegant terraces, expensive hotels, rich people, and yet behind it was a substratum of prostitution and crime. Brighton was a mixed trustful, energetic sort of town. It's a bit as it was like a comprehensive school. Wealthy at one end, but very wealthy, and the low life at the other end. You know, it had such a mixed population, such a cosmopolitan. It's exciting, vibrant, but it's a bit edgy and it's a bit violent at times. And so I think it attracted people there that believed that things were going to happen. It was close enough to London to the train. Some of it was taken to the privilege to go to see what the criminal thrived on the close connections with London. Razor-wielding gangs fought for supremacy. The town was plagued by racketeering and extortion, gambling and prostitution. But murder was the crime that the town became most famous for. It was murder that in this decade gave Brighton its unwanted nickname, Queen of the Slaughtering Places. June 1934 was a very, very important month. And people stopped going to Brighton in huge numbers, and everybody sort of enjoyed themselves at that time, except in the radio section of Brighton. The station porter had alerted the police to a foul-smelling trunk, the contents of which shocked the nation. Inside the trunk, wrapped in layers of cheap brown paper, packed around cotton wool, was a parcel. It was secure with a long line of sachet. The police untied it and opened it. Inside was the dismembered torso of a young woman. Recognizing the severity of the crime, the chief constable frightened police requested assistance from London.
It was usual at that time for provincial forces to call in the yard because the yard had the expertise and resources to help any crimes. It should also be added the liaison between various groups was also very good at that time. So if you go in and officers down from London, you might also know lots of alerts or something involved in that.
That evening, just hours after the discovery of the torso, Chief Inspector Robert Donaldson and Detective Sergeant Edward Sorrell arrived in Brighton to take charge of the investigation.
The trunk was left at the station with 6 acute Derby Day missing guns. Pockets of the tag number, staff estimate it was deposited there between 6 and 7 p.m. Obviously, we're going to be questioning everyone who was on duty at that time. It will be difficult to remember individuals, so we will have to talk their memories. The trunk was a common name, but it was new. It would also have been heavy. It may have taken 2 people to carry it, so an employee, a porter, might have given help to the suspect. This will not be an easy case. As it stands, we do not have much to work with, but we are thorough. Besides, gentlemen, I do believe we will apprehend those responsible for this.
Who was the killer? And who was the victim? Where was the rest of them? There were few clues, no identifying marks on the body, and no fingerprints on the suitcase. The one leading police hand was a fragment of handwriting found on the paper wrapped around the body. A single word, written in blue pencil, could just be made out. Forward.
So, they found her legs.
As in Brighton, staff at King's Cross Station in London had become alarmed by a rancid smell in the luggage room. Finally, on the evening of the 18th of June, they discovered the source of the stench, the brown trunk. It had been left there on the 7th of June, one day after the first trunk had been deposited in Brighton. Inside the second case, deeply wrapped, oil-soaked paper, were the rotting legs and feet of a young woman. Once again, station staff had no clear memory or record of who had left the trunk, and its contents offered few clues ahead. An alert was sent out to stations across the country. Left luggage rooms were searched up and down the line. But there was no sign of the body's head or arms anywhere.
People would send trunks full of luggage on the railway quite regularly. So there were a lot of these trunks around, and it seemed at one stage as though there were a little bit of trunks with dead bodies inside. Luckily, most murderers are amateurs, and most of them don't seem to realise how difficult it is to dispose of a body. So you've got to find someone who put it or cut it up with a spoon and so on. So yes, trunks were the suitcases again.
The torso and legs were examined by Home Office pathologists at Burnham Spilsbury. By this time, Spilsbury was a legend. His evidence had proved decisive in securing the convictions of Dr. Crippen in 1910 and the brides in the Bath murderer George Smith in 1950. 2 decades later, he was still the most renowned and respected pathologist in the country.
Surveillance report. So, King's Cross legs are a match. 4 to 5 months. Could be why she was killed. So, otherwise, she was in good health. No natural cause of death detected. The condition of fatal terminal suggestions, particularly as a personal hygiene. I thought she could have been a dancer, so never seen a dancer's feet, so. One of the using a dancer's feet. Took several thousand weeks after death. Prisoner loved this. Donaldson was right. Almost 50 representatives of local and national newspapers descended on Brighton. They loitered outside the police station day and night. To receive of information they could sensationalize for their readers. But such scraps were thin on the ground. The dead woman's identity was still unknown. How she died and where was another mystery. As yet, Inspector Donaldson was no closer to finding answers or the killer. Little did he know, however, that his whole investigation was about to be turned on its head. The case, which would become known as the Brighton Trunk Murders, was quickly gaining notoriety. But the police investigation had few clues to go on. With no way to identify the victim or killer, the police turned to the public. Not so. Donaldson and his position overwhelmed by applicants to a card index with 13 different categories of justice. In New Kent Road, London, Annie Watts read the news reports with mounting alarm. She had not seen her 42-year-old daughter blind to the 3 years after the post. Hers was but one tip among thousands. 800 missing women had been reported to the police. Donaldson and his team had to check everyone. But among the 70 who were not found was Mrs. Watts' daughter. Born in 1891, Violet was a musical artist. But singing and dancing in cheap venues for pennies was a difficult way to make a living. Often she relied on prostitution to get by.
Violet Saunders was from a family of 9. She eventually became part of a song and dance duo. She didn't exactly play the Palladium, sort of like a bar hippodrome. Apart she broke up at 27, she took up a lower band under the title of K&K. That lasted until the early 30s. They come from partly, I think, because they came to the bottom of it. And also perhaps an experimental.
By 1933, she was going by the stated name of Violet. It was in this year that she met a man called himself Tony Nancy. He was more than a decade younger. He had a quick smile and keen charms. In September that year, she asked him to come to Brighton. Nancy agreed. She could see the passion for and for some months, Maxine moved off her earnings. They had a basement flat in Arcus. And when customers came calling, Maxine go away, turn over, and get money from the family. She was happy to live. But she was also incredibly jealous. Violet was too old to be the dead woman found in the train station. The police were in no position to dismiss the lead. Weeks had passed, and they were no closer to finding the killer. When word reached them that Mancini had been witnessed disposing of women's clothing, Inspector Donaldson decided to
Mancini. That's an Italian name, isn't it? It is, it?
Where was it you were born, Mr. Mancini? London. I'm a London boy. They don't know me up there. Sergeant Sorrell and I are from the Metropolitan Police. We know you. O'Brien boys in Scotland Yard. Should have known they'd send the professionals for me. Look, I'll tell you the truth. That's why you're here. It's just a name. They're cheating. I made it up. Tony Mancini is not your name. Cecil England. Louis. Cecil. You get all that? Cecil Louis England. Write down I'm telling the truth as well. Why Mancini? That geezer can call himself what he wants, can't he? It depends on the reason.
Mancini's real name was Cecil England, but he also used the surname Lapag. He took the name Tony Mancini as a girl. She liked him, and he told her so Mancini from Tony Mancini. He also was Tony English and High. On the 7th of January 1908, in Cross, a working class district of South East London. Aged 18, he joined the Royal Air Force and served for 2 years before leaving with the rank of aircraft first class. Tony Mancini was a low-level crew. He was in the Air Force for 2 years. He had either deserted or he'd been invited to leave the service. And he'd been there a fair ground boxer, but in the main he wasn't doing much work. Just at 20, he headed back to London. There he found occasional work as a barman in Knightsbridge or a hawker in the West End. But he was always short of money. In 1930, he was convicted for theft. He was convicted of stealing silver and then adultery with intent to commit a felony. And eventually, after stealing from a dwelling house, for 6 months, he did 3 months for the lottery. He was released around 1932. Made his way to the West End. On his release, he began work at a club near Leicester Square in the heart of London. He told co-workers there his name was Tony Mancini. It was at this club that he met Violet Kane. Are you acquainted with a woman named Violet Kane? You mean, do I know her? Yes. I know her, sir. I did. She was my missus. She left. Did she go? I come home from work and find this letter. So she's leaving. For some other geezer. Someone who can keep her there. What's his name? I didn't see it coming. Leaving me. You know, I used to play for Queen's Park Rangers. What was her new man's name? She didn't say. From what I've heard since, it was a small geezer. He had a bookmaker's office on Gloucester Road, don't know where it is now. When was this? May. When in May. Well, I've been at Skylark about a week, so 14 something like that. Yeah, I come home from work and she was gone. I'm grateful, cat. Mr. Mancini, England. Cecil Louis. Mr. England. Can you tell us your whereabouts on Wednesday, the 6th of June this year? It was Derby Day.
When's the lad? Had a nice little wager on it. 6th of June, where were you? Work. Yeah, all day. Until what time? 9:30. We're open pretty late. And on the 7th, same. I work every day. You can ask them down, don't you?
Police kept watch as Mancini returned to the seaside cafe where he worked. He seemed unalarmed. After an afternoon serving food and drink to customers, he joined friends at a local dance hall. Donaldson called off the surveillance. It was a mistake. The next morning, the suspect was not to be found at his lodgings in Kent Street, nor anywhere else in Brighton. Mancini had vanished. Brighton, 1934. Weeks had passed since the first discovery of the body parts in the trunk, but investigators led by Inspector Robert Donaldson of the Metropolitan Police were no closer to solving the crime. As an eager press and public waited on news, observers were struck by the similarities between the case and another crime from over a century before. For this was not the first trunk murder in Brighton's history. In 1831, the pregnant Celia Bashford was murdered by her husband, John Holloway. He was a violent bigamist who could not afford another child. He conspired with his second wife, Anne, to murder Celia. Holloway lured her to a house near the beach and strangled her with a broom. Together, John and Anne dismembered the body.
The first thing they did was to cut her arms off, her legs, and her head. And they were taken separately by wheelbarrow down to where Holloway was staying in Mars, pushed them down the prairie. The next day, they decided that they had to get rid of the rest of the body, was dismembered, of course. The trunk was fitted for a trunk, in fact, rather like Mancini hired a wheelbarrow to take her to another spot, which was called Lover's Lane, and buried in the shallow grave out of the clothing, which in fact was doing.
Two men were walking through a park. They saw a piece of red cloth on the ground, poked it with a stick, and they found body parts. And all the people turned up to see what was going on. We don't know what the identification was, but one of them in the crowd said, "That's my sister."
That, together with gossip, because Brighton was a very small place in those days, pointed the finger at John Holloway, was arrested, told various stories, which none of which were true, and he was convicted.
Holloway's wife, Anne, soon confessed. He was tried and found guilty. He hanged on the 21st of December, 1831. There was no such easy resolution for police in 1934, however. Almost a month had passed since the beginning of the investigation, but the victim found in the luggage remained nameless, as did her killer. One suspect had been identified, a Londoner who went by the name of Tony Mancini. He had aroused suspicion by giving away women's clothing. His girlfriend Violet had not been seen for weeks. It seemed promising, but police were soon disappointed. Their inquiry showed that Violet was too old to be a woman in the luggage, and Mancini had been at work on the days the trunks were deposited at Brighton and London. It was another dead end. On the morning of the 16th of July, however, a man came into Brighton police station with new information. His name was George Barnard. He was Mancini's landlord. He told police that Mancini had suddenly vanished.
This is Donaldson. Don't tell me, Sergeant, he's done a runner. What?
Donaldson soon learned that Mancini had due cause to disappear. He had left behind many trunk. Mr. Mancini?
Inside, you can see evidence of a skull and head hair. He thought he'd found the missing skull, also remains that were found at the Bible station in King's Cross. But looking more deeply at the situation, we learned, of course, that it was a whole body.
The mothballs that he put around the vault had had no effect. The stench was absolutely awful. But when they actually found the trunk with Violet King's body, it was, of course, a great surprise to the police because they all of a sudden had too many legs for it not to be two bodies. They did have some difficulty working out the identities.
Sergeant, at 11:40 this morning, Sergeant Scales and I attended the lodgings of Cecil.
Just call him Mancini.
Mancini was absent, believed absconded. In the flat, we found a large black trunk. It contained the body of a woman. We believe this to be Violet K, one of the women we've been tracing. A post-mortem will be carried out this evening by Sir Bernard Spilsbury, but it was obvious that the body had been in the trunk for some weeks.
At 5 p.m. that evening, Sir Bernard Spilsbury examined the body of Violet K at Brighton Mortuary. The still dressed body was damp with decay, rotting green, red, and brown. It had been in the trunk for weeks. Despite this advanced state of decomposition, Spilsbury was still able to tell police that Violet had been killed by a powerful blow to the side of her head. Alerts were sent out to police forces across the country. Mancini had to be found.
Spilsbury found the body of Violet naturally badly decomposed after all those weeks, but he was able to detect a depressed fracture above her right ear, which was the primary cause of death.
The blow to the head dislodged a small piece of skull. Now, when Violet's body was found, there had been a hammer and some coal. This could quite possibly have caused the wound.
Spilsbury also found, and his evidence is controversial here, that bruising to the head would have been inflicted 2 or 3 minutes before death.
When Spilsbury pretended that it was surgery, a murder, and it could have been an accident, and so the police were on the lookout for Mancini.
So, statements from the men who were with Mancini last night.
Right. What do they have to say?
They were with Mancini in the club after our men, after I called them off, yes. They accompanied Mancini to his lodgings in Kemp Street. They noticed the smell, of course. Then they all went for breakfast. They described Mancini as carefree.
Somebody is. Anything else?
After breakfast, they went to Preston Park Station, where Mancini boarded the 7 a.m. train to London Victoria.
Really? Victoria?
I passed it on to the yard.
Good work, Sergeant. They'll find him.
Apparently, his last words to his friends were, "I'll be famous soon."
Famous soon? Something. It's not disappointed.
But if Mancini had killed Violet, then what was his motive? Their relationship was a stormy one. Mancini was a womanizer, and Violet was easily provoked. Witnesses remembered a confrontation between the pair in early May. Violet was angry at Mancini for flirting with the young waitress at the cafe where he worked. Violet was never seen there again, nor was she seen by anyone else. On the 11th of May, Violet's sister in London received a poorly spelled telegram. It claimed to be from Violet. She was going away, it said. Her sister heard nothing more. Weeks later, Mancini was heard to boast of beating his girlfriend from pillar to post with a hammer.
The message said, "Gone away, gone abroad, sailing today, all right. Please God be reached. No, should be handed in the post office." And this matched up to Mancini's handwriting on the menus that he put at the Skyline Cafe. Then, he said, "About women, you know, there's only one way. Don't use your fists because you already hurt yourself. Use a hammer, as I do, and slosh a hammer. The strange thing to say to a man who has been accused of murder or saying that kind of thing in case he should. But Mancini is a fair and intelligent man. The man not capable of planning."
Sure enough, during searches of the flat where Mancini and Violet had lived, police found a charred metal hammerhead among the ashes of the fire. Its handle had been burned away as if someone had tried to destroy it. Whoever that somebody was, it seemed to do enough. For forensic techniques were rudimentary in the 1930s. The burning of the hammer had removed anything which could link it to the murder. Despite all evidence being circumstantial, everything was pointing to Mancini. Donaldson and his team needed a confession, but in order to obtain one, they needed to track down the elusive Mancini. Having left his home in Brighton, Tony Mancini had fled to London, leaving behind most of his belongings, including a large black trunk containing the rotting body of his girlfriend, Violet Kelly. The police were working around the clock to find it, and early on the 17th of July, Donaldson received the news he'd been waiting for. Mancini had been found and arrested. He had enjoyed his 2 days of freedom, not drinking with friends, and even took the time to seduce a 17-year-old girl. Now, however, Mancini faced a far less pleasant encounter.
You say she was already dead when you found her?
Yeah. She was laying on the bed. Blood all over the sheets and everywhere.
Why did you not call the police?
I don't know. I'm frightened. I couldn't prove I didn't do it. I think you blame me. And that's when you bought the trunk. Yeah.
And decided to take her with you when you moved to Kemp Street. You have no idea who might have killed her.
As God is my judge. I don't know. She was a prostitute, you see. There's always men coming up to the house all the hours. You ask my landlord, he'll tell you. You are suggesting that one of these men, clients, killed her. Well, you hear about it, don't you? All I know is that I'm innocent. Except the fact I kept the body, I admit that I should have gone to the police when I found her, but that's all I've done. I never killed her.
They were sure of Mancini's guilt, but had no solid proof, and it was clear that a confession was out of the question. Despite this, they were convinced they had enough to satisfy a jury in a court of law.
A trunk containing a woman's body was found in a room which you occupied at 52 Kemp Street, Brighton. As a result of our inquiries, you are now to be charged with that murder. You are not obliged to say unless you wish to do so. But anything you do say
will be taken down in writing and maybe given in evidence. Is that understood? I'll say it again. I'm not guilty.
Mancini's trial began at 10:30 on the 11th of December 1934. As always in such notorious cases, a large crowd had gathered outside the courthouse. A ballot was required to distribute the tickets for the public gallery. Following Mancini's plea of not guilty, the prosecution began. They told the jury that Mancini had killed Violet Kay, that he had stuffed her body first into a cupboard and then a trunk, which he transported across Brighton to new accommodation. Suspicions raised by the smell and strange liquid seeping from the trunk were dismissed by Mancini until his police interview in Flight from Justice. The esteemed K.C. Norman Birkett was the defense counsel, but even with his experience, he had his work cut out with Mancini.
When Mancini went to court, he was told to absolutely understand. People shouted, hissed. He was quite a loathsome creature. That Violet was characterized as a drug addict. She was a prostitute. That was her reputation, such as it was completely shredded. The defense were very clever at making things more complicated than they needed to be. And they did. Some Violet came to me jealous of the affair that Mancini might have been having with another waitress.
What Birkin did very cleverly was to seed in the idea that you could fall down steps into the area outside the basement flat at Park Crescent. Had her fractured skull there, got up, tottered into the flat, and eventually undressed and lay down in bed and died. Someone's actually faced with such a far-fetched theory. The way in which it was presented was highly professional, highly complicated.
If he hadn't done the murder, all his offence was that he concealed the body. And he'd explained that away to the court by saying, because of his past criminal record, that would have told against him had he admitted to finding the body. And so he concealed the body for that reason. That, it's argued, was his main defence.
Unusually for trials like this, Mancini was called as a witness. It was a gamble. All eyes were on Mancini, but the slick Londoner thrived under the pressure.
Mancini, despite his rather villainous appearance, scarred face and all the rest of it, was actually rather a good witness. The reporter noted that he was relatively well-spoken, easily intelligent, and seemed to put on rather good act. The jury certainly were taken in by it. So what, in fact, Mancini was saying was, I'm a man who's got previous convictions, I wouldn't get a fair deal from the police. I know I was acting as a villain for this woman. I shouldn't have been doing it, but I did it. I'm telling it as it is, and the jury took it.
To the astonishment of the country, they cleared Mancini. He was released at once.
The trial was an extraordinary triumph for the defense. It's a textbook example for young lawyers in how to conduct a defense from several seem to be fighting against you.
Everybody at team thought that Mancini had committed murder. And Mancini had to be smuggled out of the back of the court. And so he was free.
The king did love the limelight, and he was a good witness on his own behalf. There's no doubt about that at all. Julian's message consecutively.
Mancini escaped the news. But what if the original murder was the woman found in pieces in Brighton and London? That investigation had continued. A porter at London Bridge Station recalled helping a man travelling to Brighton with a heavy suitcase. It was the 6th of June, the day before the first trunks left at the station. The porter remembered the contents of the case shifting with the dull thud as it lifted it. Somehow, the unknown passenger had travelled from Dartford to Portugal, but despite an exhaustive search there, police could not trace him. A woman then came forward on the 30th of July 1934. She claimed that the blue writing found on the scrap of packing paper in the first trunk was hers. She worked for a confectionery company in Finsbury Park, London. Sometimes they received faulty stock, which they sent back to the manufacturers. It was this woman's job to wrap up the goods and dispatch them. Using a blue pencil, she would write the address, Meltis Company, Bedford. Once those faulty goods reached Bedford, however, the packing paper was shredded and reused in parcels sent to depots all across the country. Once again, the trail went cold. The killer, the young woman found in pieces at Brighton and King's Cross, was never to be found, nor was her identity ever established. Her story remains unknown. The killer of Violet K, however, was eventually confirmed. In November 1976, Tony Mancini gave an interview to the News of the World. Finally, after more than 4 decades, the truth emerged. Mancini told the newspaper he had killed Violet. He'd thrown a hammer at her during one of their frequent arguments. Panicking, he then hid the body and lied about Violet's whereabouts. Despite this confession, there was still no justice for Violet. The law said that a man tried and cleared of a crime could not face a jury again for the same offense. Mancini lived to an old age. Brighton would never forget that summer, however, when it was the murder capital of England, the queen of all slaughtering places. It was a small-time group. That's what police thought at first. A scheme seemed to lurk behind his quick smile and sharp suits, and he had a reputation. Despite the rationing which still lingered in Britain years after the Second World War, John George Haig was a man who could get you anything. But nobody knew the truth which lay behind his extravagant lifestyle. When police investigating the disappearance of an elderly widow in February 1949 brought Haig for questioning, they had no idea of the story they were about to uncover.
Apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Hay.
Please, do call me John.
Are you no Inspector Webb?
Oh, yes. Old friends by now.
Just a few more questions for you, John.
Of course. Anything I can do to help.
I was just telling Inspector Symes that you're a businessman.
Hurst Lee Products Limited. Director and Chief Engineer.
Well, that must take you all around the country to work like that.
Oh, I get about on my rounds, yes.
It's a lovely looking motor car, that Albus of yours.
Isn't she a beauty?
Do you ever get to Horsham on your rounds, Mr. Haig?
Horsham? Yes, a fair bit, actually. Or I used to, at any rate. Not so much recently.
No. Oh, when was the last time you were there?
It must be months. The pictures, one evening.
I see.
Not the only time, John.
Sure.
Yes. As far as I recall.
The thing is, Mr. Haig, I know that you have been to Horsham much more recently than that. We know that you visited the jewellers on Middle Street on no fewer than 4 occasions in the last 10 days. You sold them all this. Then Mrs. Duran Dickens, aren't they?
During the police investigation into the disappearance of Olive Duran Dikitan, a jeweler had identified Haig as the man who had sold him her jewelry. There was now a direct link between Haig and the missing woman. He was no longer aiding the police in their investigation. He was now their prime suspect. Haig knew that his devilish scheme was at an end.
It's time to tell us what happened, John.
I was wondering if you had those when we first started. I'm afraid it is a rather long story.
John George Haig was born in Lincolnshire on the 24th of July 1909. He was the only child of deeply religious working-class parents. The family were members of the Plymouth Brethren, a minority non-conformist group who believed they were chosen superior to others.
I think the family background, like the first clue was to John Haig's future. The only book in the house was the Bible. Newspapers were banned, and in fact it went as far as John's school friends not being encouraged to come back to the house. It was pretty isolated.
Haig's a very complex character to explain as a child. He excelled in maths, chemistry, and in draftsmanship. He was a very musical child. He was actually given a scholarship to join Wakefield Cathedral.
He sang in the choir and played for in the cathedral. But he did seem to have got a real great talent for telling lies and getting away with it.
He also had a very sadistic streak. At an early age, he decided for himself that there really was nothing in religion. He was the master of his own ends. And maybe due to the fact that he had the superiority that it felt coming down the family line, he would bully people.
There was always this thing that the world was an evil place. And later on, he said he used to have these dreams where trees would turn into crucifixes, and the dripping of blood. And this was all part of the background that he built up later.
Haig's upbringing was strict but not unloving. There were few signs in childhood of his later criminality, but almost as soon as he left school, he began the life of a petty crook and swindler.
It's insurance scams, embezzlement, fraud, petty thieving. That's going to be the pattern for the rest of his life, broken up by various spells of imprisonment. He got convicted of fraud because he was involved with hire purchase deals with non-existent customers and non-existent cars. He also got involved in another fraud, which was to do with selling fictitious shares in companies.
His draftsmanship skills were immense. Many people who was one of the best forgers Britain ever had. He could copy someone's handwriting without any fluctuation. He was a great con man. He'd spent hours practicing in front of a mirror, doing different facial expressions. Classic psychopathic thing, really, to look into a mirror and actually take on that chameleon look, having a total facade of your expression.
Money was always the motive behind Haig's crimes. He longed for a lifestyle legitimate employment could not give him. By 1949, he had advanced to more serious crimes. By this time, Haig was living in London. There he resided at the Onslow Court Hotel in South Kensington. He was a rare, younger bachelor. Most of the residents in the upmarket establishment were elderly women. But Haig was a man who always enjoyed feeling special. Among the other residents was a wealthy widow named Olive Durand Deacon. Haig paid particular attention to the 68-year-old. He charmed the older woman, steadily worming his way into her confidence over meals in the dining room. It was there that Mrs. Durand Deacon must have told Haig about her business idea for artificial fingernails. Haig styled himself an engineer and entrepreneur. He told her his company was interested and invited her to his workshop in Crawley. So after lunch on the 18th of February, Mrs. Durand Deacon, in her black Persian lamb coat, met Haig at the hotel reception. They travelled down to the workshop together in his motor car. She did not return to the Onslow Court Hotel that evening, nor was she seen the next morning at breakfast.
Here we are.
Oh, exciting.
Welcome to Hurst Leaf Products Limited.
It's very practical.
Some of my most profitable ventures began here.
Well, from small acorns, great oaks do grow.
Oh, yes, I suppose they do.
Shall we have a look at some of our little acorns? The prototypes.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. The prototypes. What am I thinking? Just straight ahead. Now, these are just to give you an idea. Your designs, of course, will be much more attractive.
The color is very cheery, but the material, John.
What is it you've done? I'm afraid it will sound all too fantastic for belief.
The sudden disappearance of Olive Durand Deacon caused alarm. Fellow resident Constance Lane was particularly worried. Mrs. Durand Deacon was a woman of regular habits. Disappearing like this just wasn't her style. Haig echoed Mrs. Lane's concerns. He insisted that Mrs. Durand Deacon had not, in fact, kept her appointment with him. He had not seen her, he said, since Friday morning. By Sunday, there was still no sign of the missing woman. Haig and Mrs. Lane went to the police with their worries. An investigation was opened. Police suspicion soon turned on Haig. His workshop in Crawley was searched. On the floor, packed with straw, were several large chemical containers. They were empty. In a briefcase, police found a gun, along with passports and ration cards in names they did not recognize. Tucked among the papers and an envelope of ammunition was one other thing, a receipt from the firm of cleaners in Reigate. It was for a woman's black Persian lamb coat.
Mrs. Durand Deacon no longer exists. She has disappeared. I have destroyed her with acid. You should see your face, Inspector. Isn't he a sight?
You are saying that you have disposed of Mrs. Durand Deacon with acid?
Sulfuric acid, yes. You will find the sludge that remains outside my workshop on April Road.
Haig hoisted the body of Olive Durand Deacon into a large drum, which he then filled with sulfuric acid. Within a few days, all that remained of Mrs. Durand Deacon, with the fatty sludge and plastic handbag which had resisted corrosion. Haig disposed of it all in the yard outside his workshop.
He bent the body in half and pushed her bottom first into the oil drum. That's when he pumped in the sulfuric acid. He got rid of the jewelry and the furs and got money for those. He went to a nearby pub, had lunch, went back, and he started continuing to destroy the body.
Trying to make sure he dissolved her in these wretched drums, and after about 48 hours he more or less achieved that. But he had no drain to put down the remains, so he just sloshed everything in the backyard, and there was a lot of junk in there, so we thought, well, if I tip it out there, it'll never be noticed.
He tipped out the contents of the oil drum on the waste ground at the side, and there was still parts of her that hadn't been destroyed. Her dentures weren't affected by the sulfuric acid. There were bone fragments, particularly one of her heels was left. And most crucially of all, Olive Durand Deacon had gallstones. He tipped these stones out and put them on the waste ground, not really realizing that to a pathologist, gallstones look very different to small pebbles.
Possibly had they been left in the acid for long enough, they might have disappeared completely. But the fact that this was tipped out of the barrel may have contributed to them surviving intact.
It's quite a simple process, really. Once you've mastered it at any rate.
What do you mean?
Well, that's how I disposed of the others too, you see.
What others?
Haig's first victim was William McSwan. They first met in 1937. Haig was employed briefly as William's chauffeur and seemed to thrive in the work. But of course, it could not support his more extravagant tastes. His expensive cars, tailored suits, and relentless gambling were soon funded instead through criminal endeavor. Those led to prison. But Haig was not forgotten by his one-time employer. William visited him behind bars, and the pair would meet for drinks after Haig's release. On the 9th of September 1944, the friends met at the Goat Pub on Kensington High Street, as they had several times before. William had no idea of what Haig had planned for him this time, however.
From the Goat, I took Mac back to Gloucester Road. I had a basement flat there, number 79, opposite the Tube. The moment I closed the door behind us, I gave him a little tap on the head with a kosh. You say it's difficult to kill someone, don't they? But people are such dimwits. It's as easy a thing as falling off a log. Mac was dead within 5 minutes or so. It's the bodies. That's why you have to be clever. That's where a gentleman shows his real skill.
So, you dissolved Mr. McSwan in acid?
Exactly as I did, Mrs. John Deacon, yes. Though I was quite the amateur that first time. I didn't even have a mask, would you believe? I nearly choked on the fumes.
That would have been unfortunate.
I had to keep going for fresh air, in out, in out.
So once the body had dissolved, what did you do then?
There was a drain in the basement. A jolly handy thing too. It all washed straight into the river.
Petty crimes of John George Haig had escalated. In a few years, he had gone from fraud and minor offences to the most heinous misdemeanor, murder. His friend and work colleague, William McSwan, was his first victim. But Haig, unlike most killers, had devised a foolproof way of dispatching his victims. Or so he thought. When the body of William McSwan disposed of, the only loose end was William's parents, Donald and Amy. Haig told them their son had gone on the run to avoid conscription into the army. They had every reason to believe him. After all, when the Second World War began, William had registered as a conscientious objector, and he had lived in constant fear of being called up. Haig had graduated from petty criminal to murderer. The motive behind his crimes remained the same, however. Haig emptied William's bank account and sold what valuables he found on the body. But the money would not last forever. Nor would the war. By this time, Allied victory over Germany was certain. It was just a question of when. Of course, when the war ended, there would be no reason for William McSwan to hide. With funds running low and the excuse for William's absence disappearing, Haig turned his attention to the parents.
I don't think the monetary reward was huge from his first victim. He did start taking money out of McSwan's bank account, but that was limited because a lot of the business side of McSwan's business was actually with his parents. So I think Haig got so far with it and then decided probably if he was going to pursue this line, then it may have to be McSwan's parents.
Early in 1945, he bought 30 gallons of sulfuric acid. All he had to do then was lure the couple to the flat in Gloucester Road. On Monday, the 2nd of July, 1945, Abe brought first the 67-year-old Donald, then the 62-year-old Amy to the basement flat. One after another, he battered them to death before placing them, like their son, in a vat of acid.
Neither of them had any apprehension of what was to happen. I made sure of that. They felt no fear.
I see. So, after you beat them to death, by taking dissolving their bodies in acid, was your next act of kindness?
I am not a cruel man, Inspector. I was never cruel to any of them.
Just answer the question, John.
I am a very kind person. I often go out of my way for others. And it's very rarely reciprocated, I might add.
So, what did you do next? You put them in a tank of acid?
Several tanks, yes.
And how long does this take, the process?
It depends on their size and the water content of their bodies, that sort of thing. It generates a tremendous amount of heat. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
The chemical reaction. It's quite an extraordinary thing to watch.
He was a charmer, he was articulate, he could just about persuade them of anything. So he dealt with the parents in exactly the same way as he dealt with the son. Take them up one by one to the basement, hit them on the back of the head and dissolve the bodies in acid.
By now, he had realised that he couldn't dispose of the bodies by not protecting himself, and this is when he'd already got hold of thick gloves, rubber boots, thick rubber apron, and of course was wearing a gas mask. This is what we come now to see as the quintessential image of the acid bath killing practice.
After it's on to the when Elizabeth was posing as son and to gain power of attorney over the properties and over their finances. Altogether, it made roughly about £8,000 to £9,000. He actually signed the paperwork in the presence of witnesses.
Ed felt unstoppable. He thought he'd devised the perfect method of murder, for if there was no body, who could say there had ever been a crime? He was so clever, so cunning. It was only a shame he couldn't boast about it. With the proceeds of his crimes, Abe bought a flash new car, gambled recklessly, booked tickets across London. He soon burned through the money.
I was rather pinched for cash. But that is the life of the businessman, the entrepreneur, ups and downs. Most can't cope with it, but it's all part of the thrill. Anyway, it was during one of those down months I met the Hendersons. They were the next ones. Archie, Dr. Henderson. His wife was Rosalie, second wife, decade younger. They had a hell of a marriage. The things she told me.
So, when was this exactly? You said 1947?
Summer. Late summer. Do say if I'm going too fast for you, Inspector.
No, go on.
They were interesting people. Amusing. Fond of expensive parties. Well, they had this lovely dog. This little red setter called Pat. It was a dear thing. Blind, it turned out.
How was it that you met them? The Hendersons?
It was a stroke of luck, really. I answered an ad. They had this place up for sale in Lapag Square, and I expressed an interest.
Haig offered to buy the property for £10,500. He had just £26, however, in his bank account. The introduction was just what he wanted. Like Haig, Archibald and Rosalie Henderson had extravagant tastes. Unlike him, they could more easily afford it. Their marriage was an unstable one, however. Archibald was a drunk, and Rosalie was a hypochondriac.
When he got friendly, it was through music, because of his piano playing, the organ playing, and it was his love of music that brought the three of them together. He ingratiated himself into their lives. They were great socialites, they were wealthy and parted. He fitted the mark completely with his smart suits. He could walk their dog, cat, and so it was quite easy to enter Henderson's way of life.
It became clear after a while that although he said he wanted the house, he really wasn't going to buy it. He didn't have the money for it. But by that time, he ingratiated himself so far into the family. The one thing about this is that Archie himself, when he got drunk, he had a bit of a temper on him. And he thought, rightly or wrongly, that Haig was trying to move in on his wife. Haig was actually setting all this up. He was deliberately trying to draw a wedge between them as all part of his long-standing scheme to give himself an excuse, a story for when he killed them later on.
It was in Haig's workshop in Leopold Road in Crawley that Olive Duran Deacon would be murdered in cold blood. But the previous year, it was where he had learned Mr. and Mrs. Henderson.
I took Dr. Henderson to the workshop first. I shot him in the head.
With the weapon that we recovered from Leopold Road?
The Enfield service revolver, that's right. He was in the army, or the medical corps at any rate.
So it was his gun?
I took it from their house.
So you walk into the workshop and you shoot Dr. Henderson in the head?
Yes. I then put him in a tank, of course. I went to fetch Rosalie. I told her Archie had been taken ill, that it was an emergency. I then shot her in the head as well.
Haig dumped the dissolved remains of the couple in the yard outside. He then sent letters to their friends and family, impersonating the couple and saying they'd gone overseas. Once again, he forged deeds of transfer for their property, took money from their tenants. This time, however, his victims were missed.
They were socialites, they had relatives, and they had friends. He still managed them by saying that there'd been a few money troubles and that they had taken off for South Africa. The person that was hardest to convince about this was Arnold Berlin.
Rose Henderson's brother was very, very suspicious and wanted to know what was happening. And Haig said Dr. Henderson had committed an illegal abortion and there was a danger of him being arrested. That was the cover story.
There are some amazing letters forged by Haig to Berlin, written as from Rose mostly, copying her handwriting and suggesting that Haig has been such a wonderful friend, to look after him, but we're off to South Africa, everything is just fine,
Rose's brother got particularly concerned when a letter supposedly came from the Hendersons saying that they owed Haig £2,500, and if it wasn't paid within a couple of months, then their car and their house was due to be given to him in lieu of payment. It sounded very suspicious.
Arnold was not convinced by the letters and telegrams he received. He came to London to search. But his suspicions never landed on Haig, even when Arnold spotted his sister's address book in the man's car. Haig just seemed too helpful, too nice, too plausible. Arnold eventually gave up. Haig's narrow escape only made him more wretched. Haig began 1948 with more than £7,000 in his bank account. That's over $250,000 in today's money. But by early 1949, he was in debt again with his bank. He owed money to countless bookmakers and was well behind in rent at the Onslow Court Hotel. Haig was confident he would find a solution, however. Many of his fellow residents at the Onslow Court Hotel were wealthy women, after all. Mrs. Durand Deacon, the widow from room 115, was not the first resident Haig targeted, but she was the first who agreed to accompany him to Crawley and his dank workshop there. Over a period of 5 years, Haig killed them all before dissolving their bodies in acid. Several of the victims were Haig's friends. That was no protection for them. Haig's only interest was in the money he would earn. There were means to an end. Their ends became his means. Haig thought he was better than other people, and certainly cleverer than the police interviewing him. He may have confessed to the killings, but he had no intention of hanging for them.
Would you like a magazine?
No, I'm quite all right.
I don't know how long you'll be.
What is dear Inspector Symes up to?
Well, John, like all of us, he's working very hard to get you hanged.
But what on earth for?
What's the one thing we hang men for in this country?
But you can't prove anything. There's no body.
You don't need a body to prove murder.
Yes. We do.
Trust me, we don't.
They don't hang insane men, do they?
You're not insane, John.
What if a man is found guilty of murder, but the jury is convinced that he's insane?
Then they send him to Broadmoor, to the asylum for criminal lunatics.
Does anyone ever get out?
Definition of sanity to reduce the charges that have to be incapable of a criminal intent to actually commit that crime, and it's quite a strong test. The person is insane, it's because they are through nature or have an infant's nature and don't know what they're doing is wrong. It's quite as simple as that. So it's not until the 19th century you get this formulation.
Claiming insanity was Haig's last throw of the dice. If he could convince everyone he was not in sound mind, he may just escape execution.
That's the lot, is it? William O'Swan, his parents Donald and Amy, the Hendersons, Mrs. Durand Deacon. Is it nothing else you want to tell us?
There was one other thing. I drank their blood. After I killed them, I made an incision in their necks. And then I drank it.
Haig's trial began on the 18th of July, 1949. Charged with the murder of Mrs. Durand Deeper, he pleaded not guilty. But his defense would not deny that Haig had committed the murders. Instead, they would argue that he was insane, and an asylum should be his destination rather than the gallows. The case would turn on one question. Did Haig meet the legal definition of insanity? His destiny would be shaped by an obscure case from over a century earlier. Daniel MacNaughton was a Scottish woodturner. In 1843, he attempted to assassinate Robert Peel, the British Prime Minister. On the afternoon of the 20th of January, he waited near Downing Street until he spotted his target. MacNaughton then walked up behind him, drew a pistol, fired at point-blank range. But MacNaughton had been mistaken. It was not the Prime Minister he shot, but a civil servant named Edward Drummond. Drummond died 5 days later, and MacNaughton was put on trial for murder. But he escaped the death penalty. His defense convinced the court that MacNaughton was suffering from delusions. He was cleared. The verdict provoked outrage, and judges were summoned by the House of Lords to explain the decision. Their answers would define the law on insanity for the next century and more. The judges told the House of Lords that a defendant could claim insanity if they satisfied one of two criteria. Either the defendant did not know what they were doing, or if they did know what they were doing, they did not know it was wrong. The judges' answers became known as the MacNaughton rules.
I dare say that there were some people who were convicted or perhaps hanged when they might have been mentally disordered. The MacNaughton did actually kind of establish a proper legal judgment and precedent of this very.
That was the basis of Haig's defense, which of course still operate today. In fact, they operate in very, very many countries, and that is still the basic.
His defense, Sir David Maxwell Fyfe, offered little cross-examination. All would rest on the evidence of their own witness, Dr. Henry Yellowlees. Yellowlees was one of 3 psychiatrists who had examined Haig on behalf of the defense, but he was the only one who thought him potentially insane. According to Yellowlees, Haig suffered from paranoia and delusions of serving some higher power.
Dr. Yellowlees took a long time going through all the psychiatric evidence and said in his view Haig was paranoid. But the only thing he was not prepared to say is whether Haig knew or not whether he was doing something legally wrong.
Nobody was fooled by these claims of drinking blood and forests and crucifixes and things like that. It had clearly been applauded by Haig, who was a clever man, to convince them of the truth.
The prosecution were quick to remind the court that Haig had planned the killings, destroyed evidence, and profited from the assets of the dead. He knew what he was doing. The jury agreed. Fittingly, for a man whose lofty opinion of himself was never backed up by actual achievement, Haig's last scheme failed. He was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. At Wandsworth Prison in London on the 10th of August 1949, John George Haig was hanged. He was buried within the prison grounds. There was a body and a grave for the acid bath murderer, more than he'd ever granted his victims. Sunday, the 31st of May, 1953. The coronation of Elizabeth II was just days away. Visitors from all across the world were filling London, and the city was in the mood for a party. It could do with one. Many districts still bore the scars of the Blitz. Others were shabby with post-war austerity. And memories were fresh of the great smog that had cloaked London the previous December. The freak weather event had trapped filthy air over the city and killed.
London was getting ready for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. So the newspapers were, of course, full of all those royal events.
This was when the whole country was excited, focused on the coronation, which was moving towards a whole new era. Because you had a young queen, you had hope that was recent age, you had hope that finally we were moving away from the austerities of war.
England was coming out of just about the Depression. Rationing was still in force, but it was lessening. More and more things were becoming available.
There was a great sense of jubilation. It was party time. And I have to say, I remember it because I just entered my teens. And I can remember all the fun and things that were going on.
The country was enjoying an extended spell of dry weather. In the West London town of Tellington, the public swimming pool was packed. Down by the river, dozens of young people had set up camp in a vast, undeveloped area of meadows and gravel pits.
Dikitan Lock is the point where the Thames, having travelled 96 miles, stops being a tidal river. This is where it changes at Teddington Park.
Came off banks through a whole series of camping in the weekend.
Campsites like that, up and down the Thames, were extremely popular. It was a way of breaking routine.
The freedom they were getting now after the restrictions, which there had been during the war and certainly for years afterwards.
Why not take what seems to have been an absolutely beautiful weekend to go and do some camping?
Among the revellers that warm Sunday evening were 3 teenage boys. The friends had camped by the river a few hundred yards from Tellington Lock. They were later joined by 2 local girls, Barbara Songhurst and Christine Reed.
These were just good-hearted, cheerful, modern young women enjoying life, looking forward to the coronation. Barbara was going to appear in a bathing beauty contest to mark the coronation.
They came from working class families. It was a sort of fairly local community. They had been friends for some length of time. They were around together in the cafes, cinemas, great deal of the time.
They were church-going, they were virtuous, they were respectable, modern young girls.
On Sunday, the 31st of May, the girls decided to take advantage of the clement weather and set off on their bikes toward the rural area around Teddington Lock.
While we were staying with Christine and one of the three boys that was setting up a tent at the camping site on the river bank, and the girls took their bicycles out, rode over to see them. They'd obviously been flying around, the boys had hit the girls' bicycles, they'd been chasing and they'd been kissing, and it was teenage fun. The girls came back to Christine's for lunch, rode out again, came back for tea, and rode out again in the evening.
The warm, bright night was enticing. The teenagers left the Reed House again at 8 p.m. and cycled back to the boys' camp by the river. They stayed there until almost. Then, with a cheerful goodbye, they cycled off into the darkness.
Hi. Christine? You all right?
On the 1st of June, men from the Port of London Authority arrived in Teddington to perform repairs on the river embankment. They were working 800 yards downstream to the lock. At 8:15 a.m., they spotted something in the water. It was the body of a teenage girl. Police examination found she'd been the victim of a savage attack. She'd been struck over the head with an axe and stabbed repeatedly in the chest. The girl had also been sexually assaulted before her body was dumped in the river. The victim was Barbara Songhurst.
The body was noticed floating in the river by a passing cyclist who cast his eye across the river, saw something strange, realised that it was a body, raised the alarm, unlocked the police, and she'd been terribly assaulted, battered, and raped.
And of course, that then started off a murder hunt.
Detective Superintendent Herbert Hannam of Scotland Yard opened a murder investigation. Bert Hannam was a Londoner. He was a short man, stiff-backed and broad-shouldered. He was an imposing figure all the same. There was something aristocratic in his bearing, which he enhanced with dapper suits and smart gloves. Press and colleagues nicknamed him the Count.
The investigation started with Herbert Hannam, Detective Superintendent from Scotland Yard, a very experienced detective. Hannam said he was going to search the river and wanted it dead. And apparently, according to the Daily Express, 20,000 people came to watch.
The murder scene was soon found. Teddington Lock. Blood stained the gravel of the towpath. There was more splashed over the grass and soaked into the earth nearby. Hannam had no doubt this was where the young woman was attacked. Scattered in the wild undergrowth beyond the footpath, they found first one pair of women's shoes, but then another. Police were no doubt that these belonged to Christine Reed. 2 days later, Christine's bike was recovered from the Thames. It would be another 4 days, however, before Christine herself would be found. On the 6th of June, a week after the murders, the police team dragging the river reached Glover's Island. It was there, 2 miles downstream from Teddington Lock, that Christine's body was discovered. Like Barbara, she too had suffered blunt head injuries. She had been stabbed over 10 times and brutally raped as she died. The violence of the attacks shocked even experienced police. Chief Inspector Hallam's investigation soon became one of the largest murder hunts England had seen for years. The press, fed by twice-daily police briefings, followed every development. The search involved dogs, mine detectors, and draining part of the river. But no trace of the murder weapon was found, and Barbara's bicycle remained missing. Police feared the killer had fled abroad. The press speculated he would soon strike again. A week after the gruesome murder, a 49-year-old woman was walking her dogs alone in Windsor Great Park when she was grabbed by a man. He told her he had a knife and knew how to use it. He tried to drag her into the bushes, but she struggled. Her attacker gave up and fled the scene on a bicycle. The woman later described to the police the powerfully built young man who had assaulted her.
He was given a £1,000 reward for information. It must have been a local man. It was a man who was an expert in life-threatening and also had a clever chin. And this was started by trying to get the identification of the
It's not just the police who are instituting their inquiries, going house to house. It's the reporters doing it as well. So they are interrogating all the young men of the area, saying, who do you think did it? Who do you think did it? That's where one of them is prompted to say, well, if you're looking for a suspect, the kind of person I would expect is that chap there. He's a bad lot.
The officers found the man as promised on Lockshotty. His name was Alfred Whiteway. He was 22 years old. The police asked him to accompany them for questioning. They placed Whiteway alone in the back of the car and drove him to Kingston Police Station. He was searched and questioned. The questioning came to nothing. Whiteway was released, but he would soon come to the attention of Herbert Hannam and questioned again, this time by Hannam himself.
I say at the time, when that job was done, I was with my wife.
What time was that? Job?
11, wasn't it? I read it in the paper.
Well, tell me more about it.
Well, all I can tell you is that I was indoors with the missus until 11:30, so it couldn't be me, could it?
How do you know you were indoors until 11:30?
I know I was. I talked about it with the wife.
You talked about it with her?
Yeah, she'll tell you.
Why were the two of you discussing your whereabouts?
Because she asked me.
You said you were with her. Were you not together?
Yeah.
Then why did she ask you where you were?
I don't know, do I?
Whiteway came from an impoverished background. He was born in London on the 21st of June, 1931. His mother was a domestic servant. His father would die of cancer when he was just 14. From a young age, Whiteway had trouble with the law. As a teenager, he appeared repeatedly before juvenile court and was sent to reform school near Swindon. But his poor behaviour continued there, with the headmaster describing his conduct as most unsatisfactory.
Describes a very poor household of 8 brothers and sisters. One of the police reports that described as mentally defective.
He was very poorly educated. Suspicions be that was because either he had some kind of learning difficulties which were not identified, or that he was inattentive, disinclined to learn. He was certainly not interested in reading or anything like that.
After a stint in prison for theft in 1948, Whiteway found work in construction. Fellow labourers remembered his great strength. They said he could climb scaffolding using his arms alone. Others recalled his temper and his obsession with knives.
Throwing axes, machetes, hatchets, whatever came to hand, gave him a status that he was never going to have without it.
He married to a girl called Nellie. He had seen her more as in the street and followed her. And started chatting her up. Her mother, very sensibly, didn't approve of Whiteway at all to Annie Belly, the silent person. And what they did was they deliberately got her pregnant. So I would be forced to allow her to get married. She wouldn't allow them in the house. So they sat on the step or another way down, came in, and the relationship was consummated with sex in the alley.
By May 1953, Whiteway was a married man with a little girl not yet 2 and a second child on the way. He did not live with his wife and child, however. His in-laws disapproved of it. He was forced to live with his mother, uncle, and siblings in a cramped, terraced house on Sydney Street in Teddington. It was less than a mile from the scene of the double murder. There was something about Whiteway's unusual domestic setup which prompted Hannum to dig a little deeper into his supposed movements on the night of the murders.
So, you left your wife's home at 11:30 p.m. and signed 2 months.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Usual way. Over Kingston Bridge, Sandy Lane.
Did anyone see you leave your wife's house?
No.
Did anyone see you on the bridge?
No.
Did anyone see you at Sandy Lane?
Look, no one saw me until I got home, all right?
Of course. But someone did see you when you got home.
Yeah. My Uncle Charlie.
You able to confirm that?
Yeah. I got in just before 12. He'll know. He looked at the clock.
There was no rush to secure a confession. Whiteway was being held on remand for the assault in Windsor Park, and he had already admitted the violent rape of a teenage girl earlier that year. Hannum compared Whiteway's alibi with statements given by his wife and mother-in-law. There were countless discrepancies. Whiteway's account of his movements on the night of the murders was falling apart. In the summer of 1953, police in London were investigating a double murder. 2 teenage girls had been sexually assaulted and killed on the towpath at Teddington Lock. Their bodies were thrown into the river, where they were found days later. The police's prime suspect was Alfred Whiteway. He was being held in custody on charges of sexual assault, and his story as to his whereabouts on the night of the murder was just not adding up. Chief Inspector Hannum was slowly but surely building a case against Whiteway.
Where in that line?
Shirt, gabardine trousers, the ones the police took, the green ones.
What else?
a main jacket, and his shoes.
We'll have to take a look at those two.
While the interrogation of Whiteway continued, police, along with the pathology team, were building up a criminal profile and identified that their suspect would have had a keen interest in knives and possibly a talent for throwing them. This theory was consistent with the wounds suffered by both Barbara Saunders and Christine Reed.
There were wounds on her skull, which indicated that he used the axe. He proceeded to rape both his victims and subsequently
They were stabbed and they were both axed. They were stabbed into the back, and this led to a fear that he had thrown the knife at Barbara. Possibly both of them too, because Whiteway recognized Barbara Saunders and thought that she might identify her. She was working as a chemist's assistant in a local shop, so possibly that's where she had seen him or he had seen her.
we have to speculate that Alfie realized he had miscalculated, that he hadn't stopped a completely unknown girl, that she had a companion, and that companion was known to him, or that she knew and would be able to identify. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
It was the sexual assaults on the victims which led Hannah to Whiteway. A series of rapes and attempted rapes had plagued the area at the time. Whiteway had been identified as the perpetrator and charged by a separate police unit. On learning of Whiteway's crimes, Adam had decided to question him about the murders. After already several attempts at trying to crack Whiteway, Adam could not have imagined how tough he would be to convict. Further interviews followed on the 3rd, 8th, and 15th of July, and everyone Whiteway denied involvement in the murders. His home was searched, but no trace of the murder weapons was found. Adam was sure he had his man, but he still didn't have the evidence he needed to be sure of a conviction.
Mrs. Hamill. He has been moved now. He's at Brixton. We're waiting on the test results first. Yes. Precisely. Come in. Well, if there's a semen match, if there's one on the shoes, well, then I think it'll light up. My apologies, may I call you back? Thank you.
Just came for a sir. Do I believe where it's been? Hannum was convinced he had the murder weapon, but to be sure, it was sent away for forensic investigation, a lengthy process in those days. The circumstances of how the axe was found, however, would negate any hard evidence to link it to the attack.
The axe is a really terrible story of neglect and misconduct.
By that time, the police had discovered that they actually had the murder weapon, but they didn't know they had the murder weapon. After being arrested on suspicion of being a rapist, Alfie seems to have stuck the axe under the seat in the police car.
Police were distracted in the front of the car. They hadn't searched him properly. He somehow took it out of his overalls and hid it. A police officer did actually find it and put it in his locker. And the significance of this axe was not apparent for quite a few days. This officer went off sick and took it home when he came back from using the chopped wood, and he blunted very substantially. And it's only about a week after that that someone starts making inquiries. He says, "Oh, I've got the exit home, I'll bring it in." And that's why I say here, his knuckles wrapped very sharp.
While the axe was being tested, Adam continued with his hard line of interrogation to elicit a confession.
Do you know where these girls were murdered, Mr. Monk? Mr. Whiteley?
So I'm keeping my bloody mouth shut.
Seem afraid of him.
You not pin this one on me?
You have nothing to do with it. What's that be afraid of?
Because I know what you bloody coppers are like. Yeah. I'll go any distance to get a bit from a girl, but not that far. You're wasting your time. The bloke that did that job is mad.
Whiteway's clothing had been sent for forensic testing. By modern standards, this was basic. Although the structure of DNA had been discovered that year by Francis Crick, James Watson, and Rosalind Franklin, it would be decades before genetic profiling could help police investigators. What could be detected in 1953, however, was the presence of blood. And it was blood which would become crucial in the investigation of the Turnbull murders. But would it be enough? Hannah would find that in constructing a watertight case against Whiteway, his ethics would be tested, and police conduct would come into close scrutiny. Chief Inspector Hannah was frustrated. His investigation into the murders of Barbara Songhurst and Christine Reed had been a long and exhausting one. Now, at least he had a suspect in custody, Alfred Whiteway, a 22-year-old labourer who lived less than a mile from the murder scene. There was no doubt Whiteway was a violent predator. He had already confessed to attacking other women, but there was no direct evidence tying him to the double murder. The axe, mislaid by Kingston police, was now near useless as evidence. The knife used in the attack had still not been found, and no witnesses placed Whiteway at the scene of the crime. Hannah knew the case was a weak one. What it needed was a confession. By this time, Whiteway had been moved to Brixton Prison, awaiting trial for the sexual assault charges. Hannah continued his interrogation there.
I told you this already. I had a row with the wife. I didn't leave her until 11:30.
What's your wife's mother?
How the devil do I know? I don't go in the house. She hates me.
I see. Until you know his mother was there. And she insists your wife was in bed by then.
She is a bloody liar. I was with my wife at 11:30. We had a cup of tea on the back step.
We've spoken before about your shoes. Your crimson shoes.
Yeah.
You said you were wearing them on the night of the 31st of May. Is that correct?
I've already said so, ain't I?
So you were wearing those shoes?
Look, the same bloody questions. I've already told you.
Yes or no?
Yes.
I see. Did you know they get blood? Is there any reason at all why there might be bloodstains on you?
No.
Very well. I must tell you, Mr. Whiteway, your shoes have been examined. Scientific expert will say in court that one of them's been exposed to a great quantity of blood.
Well, if they're saying that, then they're liars. They got no blood on them.
Karen pretty well breaks him on that basis. So you were wearing those shoes, weren't you? Also known as brothel creepers at the time. They were not something that respectable young men really wore.
They discovered traces of blood on Alfred Whiteway's shoes, and really those traces of blood were crucial evidence that he apparently washed them, but done nothing more than that.
There was enough to suggest that there was blood which had been washed, but there was enough to suggest that there were some stains.
Hannon had one more ace up his sleeve. He had the axe, examination of which showed the curve of the blade matched the head wounds suffered by Barbara and Christine. Hannon knew this would be enough to unsettle Whiteway further.
They find the knives, don't you, Mr. Lapag?
I didn't kill them girls.
Axes too. Anything sharp, is that not right?
Are you kidding about that blood being on my shoe? What bloody mess?
According to Inspector Hannon, it was at this point that Whiteway finally cracked. He told police he could not control himself around women. He confessed to killing Barbara and Christine. On the 20th of August, he was charged with their murders. The 9-week-long investigation was ended. Over 1,600 statements had been taken and 2,000 telephone messages received. But the mistakes made by police in Kingston and the failure of Hannon's team to find the murder weapon undermined the case against Whiteway. It would all rest on the confession. Whiteway's trial began on the 26th of October 1953. The confession secured by Hannon became the battleground in court. Defense barrister Peter Rawlinson subjected the chief inspector to a grueling 2-day cross-examination. It was, in the words of one newspaper, the duel at the Old Bailey. Rawlinson accused Hannon of manufacturing Whiteway's statement and tricking the young man into signing it.
Whiteway said that he never made the statement. What happened was that he was given a set of sheets of paper. He was asked to sign them and told where to put his signature. But he said, in fact, that he was verbal.
Verbally is what's called noble cause corruption. If the police know, quote, know, unquote, that somebody has done something and it isn't the evidence to back it up, they don't think they're doing anything wrong by helping convict a man that they don't did. And this would be perhaps sometimes planted delivered. So in this case, it's just the verbal confession.
The whole defense was questioning the integrity of the admission of guilt that he made when he was confronted with the axe and the bloodstains on his shoe. This line of defense that the prisoner has been verbal is not unique. What sometimes happens is that the prisoner makes us not realize the full significance of everything he or she is saying. It's only when this has been pointed out to them by their solicitor or defense counsel, but then they come up with a defense, this is a false conviction.
Police interviews were not recorded at this time. The only evidence to corroborate Whiteway's confession was Hannon's notebook and those of the other officers present. This was standard practice. It was not until 1991 that tape recording of interviews by British police became the norm. Hannon, of course, denied Rawlinson's accusations. He called the suggestion of police misconduct terrible and absolutely untrue. The judge and many onlookers criticized Rawlinson's approach.
There was nothing else that Rawlinson really had to work on. He couldn't stand up and say, my character is a criminal. So the only thing you can do is discredit the police case. That is what Rawlinson does his best to do. And actually, by all accounts, he did a pretty good job.
Jury was over 45 minutes under the hour. And one of the interesting things, they sent in a question saying, when you have them produce the acts, how will we have it on the table for Whiteway? And when Whiteway is silent, confession, they still got it on the table. Do you see that because that would have intimidated Whiteway? But if he put the acts away, then there was nothing for Whiteway to be scared about.
What undermined the effectiveness of that part of the defense was that Alfie was such a bad lot, and so clearly such a bad lot, that the jury overlooked what otherwise, in another case, could have brought the prosecution case crashing down.
At the end of the 6-day trial, they found Whiteway guilty. He was sentenced to death. Following the trial, there was outcry over the tactics of the defense. For many, questioning the word of a police officer was beyond the pale. But in decades to come, the skepticism expressed by Rawlinson in court would spread. Bribery and corruption scandals engulfed elements of the London police in the 1970s. Internal investigations discovered police profiting from crime they were meant to be preventing. Officers took bribes, ensured charges against guilty men were dropped, and fabricated evidence against the innocent.
His appeal was not successful. The only grounds for appeal in the English criminal justice system is that the law has, in some ways, not been properly followed through, that the case has been improperly handled, that evidence has been suppressed. Rawlinson's appeal was on the basis, it had to be on the basis not that the jury was mistaken, but that the confession was forced out of him. It's actually perfectly possible that that is the case, that it was held by the court, by Chief Justice Goddard. There wasn't grounds for appeal.
In general outcries, there was, for example, with Venice and other cases where he was not regarded with any sympathy at all. If he's convicted of 2 rapes and murders of girls, and the other rape and the attempted rape were left on the file, there's not a lot of room for sympathy.
Whiteway was not innocent. He was a violent sex attacker. Had he not been caught, he would certainly have been assaulted and possibly killed in the house. But we will never know whether he confessed to the murders of Barbara and Christine in the way police claimed. Alfred Whiteway hanged on the 22nd of December 1953. A few years later, after his retirement from Scotland Yard, Bert Hannam had advice for his former colleagues. Police, he said, should have the courage to do things the law forbids. What mattered to Hannam was seeing justice done, however it was reached. But no justice can truly compensate for two teenage girls who left home one Sunday morning with all their lives ahead of them and never returned. On the morning of the 13th of July, 1955, Ruth Ellis was ready for execution in the condemned cell at Holloway Prison. She dressed in her own clothes, ate a small breakfast under the supervision of her female guards, and counted down the few minutes remaining before 9 a.m.
There was outrage at the execution. There were a lot of persons who didn't agree with it.
Thousands of people signed a petition asking, begging for Ruth Ellis to be reprieved.
There were lots of people who wrote personally to the Home Secretary expressing their feelings about the case.
The judge himself wrote to the Home Secretary saying that he should consider giving a reprieve. The public, generally speaking, did not like to see Ruth executed.
There were some people who thought she got what she deserved and that she was a cold-blooded killer.
Ruth Ellis was at the forefront of public consciousness, and petitions to halt her execution have been organized by passionate members of the public. They took it upon themselves to gain as many signatures as possible in the hope that the Home Secretary would grant a reprieve. Many were still out on the morning of the execution, tirelessly collecting signatures. For in their eyes, the justice system which had served the country for centuries was not fit for this modern era.
Hello, sir. Would you like to sign this petition? Hello. Would you like to sign this petition? It's for Ruth Ellis. Hello, sir. Sign this petition for Ruth Ellis. Sir, would you like to sign this petition? Hello, sir. Would you like to sign this petition? It's against the hanging of Ruth Ellis. Hello, ladies. Did you know that Ruth Ellis actually had a 10-year-old boy? Hello, sir. Sign the petition for Ruth Ellis.
Take it, Lisa.
Do apologise, haven't you, Sporty?
That's quite all right, sir. We're running late anyway. Simple failure. We may be here sometime, sir.
I never put it in there.
Always losing things in pockets myself. Thank you, sir.
It's one of those mornings for all of us, it seems.
At least we know someone's having a worse day.
Hello, Mum. Are you against the hanging? Hello, sir. Sign the petition for Ruth Ellis. Sign the petition.
Sorry?
petition for Ruth Ellis?
It's a little late, isn't it? She'll be hanged in 15 minutes.
It's to tell the government how people feel.
Sorry.
What's been done to her is a disgrace. Tell me why you and everyone else on this train thinks it's all right to hang a 28-year-old mum.
Well, Mrs. Ellis had a fair trial. And she was convicted of murder by the jury. We hang murderers in this country. The law couldn't be clearer.
Her son is 10 years old.
I sympathise with you.
And yet you'd still send his mum to be hanged.
You may not like it, but the law is the law. We're all born equal under it.
Do you even know where she was born?
I don't. I imagine it would be better for all concerned if she'd stayed there.
Ruth was born on the 9th of October 1926 in Brill, a working-class seaside town in North Wales. Ruth's mother was a Belgian refugee, and her father played in the orchestras on Atlantic cruises. Hers was a traditional Catholic upbringing. But the stable family home Ruth was born into soon unraveled. Ruth's uncle was killed in a car crash in 1928, and her baby brother tragically died the following year. Her father numbed his grief with alcohol. He became a violent and abusive drunk. Unable to hold down a job, he uprooted the family again and again. Finally, in 1940, they moved to London.
These were warriors, and I mean, it seemed somewhat surprising, but nonetheless it happened.
By 1944, he managed to get a job as a chauffeur in Southwark. He was lucky enough to get a flat that came with the job, so that's why they moved up there.
Teenage Ruth threw herself into London life. She didn't let the blitz hold her back. She delighted in visiting cafes and dancing in nightclubs until the early hours. In 1943, she met a Canadian soldier called Claire Andrea McCullum and fell in love. She soon became pregnant, and McCullum asked her to marry him. Ruth began excited preparations for the wedding and then new life with the baby. What Ruth didn't know was that McCullum already had 3 children back home in Quebec. Soon after the war ended with their son not yet 9 months old, she discovered the truth. Ruth was heartbroken. She swore she would never let another man hurt her like that again. But life for a single mother in post-war London was not easy. Jobs were scarce, and rationing was still brutal. Ruth could not afford to be picky. She responded to an advert for evening work as a model at the Camera Club near Bond Street. It was through the Camera Club that she met Maurice Conley. He posed as a respectable businessman, but was in fact the biggest vice boss in the city. He invited Ruth to become a hostess at one of his nightclubs.
London in those days was full of nightclubs. The pubs had very strict closing times, and so nightclubs catered for the late night drinking clients. And of course, it was also linked with the sex trade as well. There would be all sorts of types who would be visiting those clubs, so you never quite knew who you were dealing with.
Their clientele certainly included a lot of men who were very privileged, who were sort of upper class, and frequented these clubs as part of their leisure time and enjoyment.
The club owner, he actually encouraged relationships with the customers. This was a way of bringing more money. So there was a lot of money floating around.
Her duties at the club were simple: look pretty, entertain guests, and have sex with whoever you told her to, including himself.
So she was your companion.
It was the work she could get.
There was no shop or factory that would take.
What is it you do?
I work in insurance.
And how'd you get that job then?
Well, after leaving university, this was before the war, there was a connection I had with the firm.
Let me guess. A friend of your father's. Ruth's dad was an unemployable drunk.
I recognized that I was fortunate. But were there really no alternatives to her?
She tried to live respectfully. Even married a fella for all the good it did her.
That was Mr. Ellis, I presume.
Yeah, he was a drunk and all, and a dentist. Even worse.
So what became of him? Why didn't it last?
He bashed her about. She left.
By 1953, Ruth had a new name and a new daughter. Both were courtesy of a failed marriage to a drunk. It was in this year, too, that she first dyed her hair that famous platinum blonde. She was now Ruth Ellis, the woman who would grace 1,000 front pages. In August 1953, Ruth Ellis became manager of the Little Club in Knightsbridge. It was another Morris Colony establishment. But Ruth was proud that at 26 years old, she was the youngest club manager in London. After a series of false starts and false hopes, Ruth's life finally seemed on track. The first customer through the door was a lean and handsome young man. He was an aspiring race car driver with the family money to match his looks. His name was David Blakely. Within 2 years, David would be dead, and Ruth would be awaiting execution in Holloway Prison for his murder.
There's a telephone inside, in case they change their minds, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Reconciled. As far as one can tell.
Said she wants us to be together again.
Really?
Yeah. It's him.
Ruth Ellis started an affair with David Blake, and I think initially they were actually sort of besotted with one another.
David Blakely was a young man who was had a privileged social background, more privileged than Ruth Ellis's background, from a higher social class, and obviously in the context of the time, that would have been perceived as quite significant.
Ellis falls on him in a big, big way. Blakely moves in with her. It was a club lifestyle. It was drinks. It was parties. There's this tremendous sense of liberation and sort of you can do anything. There was a certain freedom about. Domesticity was not something that was normally considered. They enthusiastically fell in love with each other, but it wasn't long before they were each having affairs.
They were both jealous people. David still pursued other women, and Ruth was the center of attention at her club. But if their similarities caused arguments, so did the couple's differences. They came from different social worlds. David had no qualms in taking Ruth to bed, but he did not dare introduce her to his mother. And Ruth felt looked down upon by David's friends. But they were used to a social circle of the same class of people, and openly belonged to the working class girl from North Wales.
They shouldn't have been rude. No excuse for that. But I can understand if there were suspicions.
Someone like him, someone like
What? Someone like me?
they came from very different backgrounds.
So she was just some poor tart.
I didn't say that. But people were bound to wonder why they were together. Do you not believe there's the slightest possibility of some ulterior motive on her behalf?
You think she was just after his money?
Wow. It's so far-fetched.
What about Desmond Cousin?
Oh, yeah, the chap.
He was rich, he wanted to marry her. So why didn't she just go off with him if that was what she wanted?
Ruth had, in fact, met Desmond Cousin before Blakely. Cousin was on the fringes of the racing set in Storms in the little club. The 30-year-old was shy, well-mannered, and utterly in love with Ruth. He longed to break her away from David and marry her himself.
Desmond Cousin was born and brought up in Leatherhead in Surrey. He was a rich, unassuming accountant, and he was a director of a firm of tobacconists.
Blakely encourages a relationship with Cousin, who was next Lancaster pilot, and his family were in the cigarettes retail distribution, so they had quite a bit of money. But Ruth Menace is willing to have an affair and become Cousin's mistress. She is still very much in love with him.
By late 1954, Ruth and David's relationship had turned ugly. David soaked all his money and efforts into racing. He increasingly relied on Ruth for financial support. She gave him drinks at the little club, allowed him to stay in her flat free of charge.
I think when young women of her age found themselves in London, it was sometimes quite difficult for them to make their own way unless they had attached themselves to a respectable man who would give them a proper home.
One of the things that's perhaps worth remembering about Ruth is that because she had become a mother when she wasn't married and when she was young, that automatically, in the context of the time we're talking about, made life quite difficult for women. They did run the risk of losing their job if it was known that they'd have the child out of marriage. So there were a variety of other types of employment that they might need to engage in.
She definitely liked the glamour. She loved fast cars and mixing with rich people and the aristocracy. And during that time, she clearly felt that people appreciated her, and she was beginning to feel like a somebody.
This passionate affair would soon sour, as occasional acts of domestic violence by Blakely would become routine. The uglier and more abusive the relationship became, however, the harder it seemed for either to break free. They loved and hated one another. Their bitter arguments and passionate reconciliations swallowed up their whole lives. It destroyed Ruth's success at the little club too. Customers were put off by the couple's constant public rows. Takings more than halved, infuriated the owner, Morris Connolly. In December 1954, Ruth lost her job and the flat that came with it. Homeless and jobless, she moved in temporarily with Desmond Cousin, but still she did not give up on David. The relationship continued, and so did the violence. Early in 1955, Ruth began French lessons in an attempt to impress David and his upper-class friends. The tutor later recalled her students' black eyes and bruised lips. Ruth, she thought, was a woman on the verge of a breakdown.
I can't help questioning her taste in men.
Well, no argument there.
What I don't understand, though, is if it was as bad as you imply with flee. The violence, the unpleasantness, the misery. Why did you stay?
It's not as simple as that.
Could you not just leave him? Cut him off, never see him again?
When you know something's bad, getting away from it can seem even worse. Anyway, she couldn't. He wouldn't let her. Blakely said if she left, he'd kill her. And I reckon he would as well.
It would be Alice, however, who would end up awaiting execution for murder. Her 2 children would be left without a mother, and all the hopes and dreams she worked towards would be destroyed. The difficult life which Ruth tried to overcome would eventually catch up with her, and all she can do is sit and wait for the inevitable end. By early 1955, the alcohol-fueled affair between Ruth Ellis and David Blakely had turned violent. The relationship had cost the 28-year-old woman her job and her home. Ruth's future with David looked grim, and she could imagine no other. In February, she left the home of her friend, Desmond Cusson, with her 10-year-old son, and moved to a small bedsit in Kensington. She hoped David would join her there. Ruth began her new life in Egerton Gardens, and Blakely would from time to time stay, but with him came the arguments and violence. In an attempt to help Ruth, Cusson lent her money to attend a modelling course in central London. But this attempt to restart her life was soon derailed. Ruth found out she was pregnant. David was the father, but it did nothing to change the course of their relationship.
She then moved in with Desmond Cusson at Woodward Court, his flat there. And from time to time, she did a bit of modelling with the Cherry Marshall School of Modelling. Not terribly successfully. I can remember reading a book by Cherry Marshall saying that whenever Ruth Ellis turned up, she got bruises all over her body.
During another drunken argument, David punched Ruth in the stomach. She lost the baby. The miscarriage made Ruth ill. As Easter approached, she was confined to bed with a fever and deeply depressed. At this stage, David's friends, Ant and Carol later, decided to intervene. They'd always disliked Ruth and long urged David to end his romance with a lower-class girl. Now they resolved to keep the couple apart over the long Easter weekend.
At about 10 o'clock in the morning, on Good Friday, Blakely left their service room in Egerton Gardens, telling Ruth that he would be back later in the day. He didn't come back.
Blakely had gone out with some friends, and she thought that he was perhaps romantically involved with one of his friends, and she was unhappy about this. She actually herself spent the weekend with Desmond Cusson. They both sort of spending time together, drinking quite heavily together.
In the early hours of Easter Sunday, she returned home to the tiny bedsit in Kensington. She sat in the darkness by her sleeping son and thought about her life, about her drunk and violent father, her drunk and violent husband, and her drunk and violent boyfriend. It was then that a new and peculiar feeling took hold of her. She realized she wanted to kill David.
Ruth spent a lot of time with Desmond Cusson, and it would seem that he was winding her up like a corkscrew.
It's at this point that he gives her a gun. He shows her how to shoot, and you've got to look at Cusson's motives. Is it way of
meeting the rival and punishing the girl. That evening on Easter Sunday, Ruth took her son home to Kensington. She tucked him up in bed before changing. She then kissed the boy goodnight and, telling him she wouldn't be long, slipped out of the flat. Her son would never see Ruth again. Ruth left her bedsit and travelled to Tanzer Road in Hampstead, where she believed Blakely would be. The Finlaters were hosting another party that night, but by 9 p.m. they were running low on cigarettes. David volunteered to visit the Magdalen pub by Hampstead Heath Station and fetch some. He could buy more drink while he was there too. Another party-goer, Clive Gumbel, accompanied him. The pair left in David's car for the short drive.
She watched the house. She saw David come out with his friend Gunnell, get in a car and drive away. Now the thing is that between Tanzer Road, where she was, and the Magdala, where David was going to, it was a little bit of a drive. So she couldn't really have had any knowledge of where they were going. They could have been going anywhere. But when she walked back down the road, presumably she saw his car parked outside the Magdala.
Ruth lurked in the street, pacing up and down outside the pub, waiting for David to emerge. She didn't have to wait long. At 9:20 p.m., David and Clive exited the pub. David stepped over to his car, groping for his keys with 3 large bottles of beer clutched to his chest.
She fired 6 shots, 4 of them hit him directly and killed him. One of them missed, one of them ricocheted, hit a passerby. Blakely starts running. She goes after him, fires again, he falls down. And then she stands over him and empties the gun into his back.
Ruth stepped away from the body and raised the gun to her temple. She could not pull the trigger. She lowered the revolver and fired the last round off into the pavement. Then she turned to Clive Gumbel and told him to call the police. Ruth's arrest was inevitable. An off-duty police constable, Alan Thompson, was sat in the corner of the Magdalen pub when the shooting started. He pushed his way through the crowd of witnesses. Outside, he found Ruth Ellis standing over the body of her lover, David Blakely. The gun was still in her hand. Beer bottles lay shattered all around. The glass shone wet with beer and blood. Gently, the policeman took the gun away from Ruth. She did not resist. And at no point did she deny her involvement. On Easter Monday, Ruth was charged with David's murder. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, she told a policewoman. I will hang for this.
Was it the idea of parting from him that you couldn't bear?
She loved him. And he took everything from her. They laughed about it with his mates.
But for all her unhappiness, which I recognise as unsettled, this was no act of sudden passion.
She suffered abuse for years.
I had time to think. Which is my point. She took a gun and she followed Blakely, first to the house, then to this pub. And she waited for him there. For how long? 10 minutes? Longer. She chose to kill him. To stand closer than you and I are now. Empty a gun into him.
During the Easter weekend of 1955, Ruth Ellis's life had reached a breaking point. Her lover, David Blakely, had disappeared with friends, and she spent the weekend drinking with her ex-lover, Desmond Cousin. She was certain that Blakely was having an affair, and fueled by jealousy and drink, she sought him out, armed with a gun provided by Cousin. She shot Blakely multiple times and was arrested shortly after. Ruth knew her actions that fateful night would ultimately lead to her execution. Her certainty may have been misplaced. 2 decades earlier, a woman was put on trial for a similar crime. In 1932, Elvira Barney, a London socialite, was tried for the murder of her boyfriend. After a loud argument in which everybody threatened to shoot him, he was found dead.
shine and eliminate aches and pains. It's the cooling, supportive comfort you need for the most refreshed feeling every morning. Only on Casper Mattress. Only at Casper.com. On July 2nd, 1945, John George Hay killed Donald and Edith Swan, the wealthy parents of his first victim. Afterward, he put their bodies in a bathtub of sulfuric acid and left them to dissolve. Now that he got rid of the evidence, it was time for him to cash in on their deaths.
The next morning, 36-year-old Hay unlocked the door to Swan's plush apartment in Central London. He went to North Carolina, telling her that they were traveling to America and had no idea when they would come back.
He then returned to his workshop to check on the bathtub of acid. It had transformed into a revolting black soup, smelling of sulfur and spoiled meat.
With that heat, Hay turned to the outside and watched as the light cord trickled down the drain in the center of the basement. The deed was officially done. Every piece was in its place.
With no one in the McSwan family alive to stop him, Hay seized their considerable property. A week after murdering Donald and Amy, he traveled to Glasgow, where the McSwans lived for most of the year.
Recently walked into a lawyer's office to his son, William Swan, his first victim. There he forged with his signature to grant himself, John Hay, permanent power of attorney over William's assets.
Once again, Hay displayed his masterful ability to manipulate everyone he met. He played the part of William so convincingly that the lawyer never suspected he was dealing with an imposter.
Power of attorney. Everything was wrong. He didn't waste any time giving all that judge's work.
Hay continued collecting rent on the properties that William himself west of London, while cleaning up the family's valuables back in their home.
After waiting a few months, he added another property to his portfolio in October 1945. This time, he used his forging skills to transfer a plot of land from Amy Swan to William. Once William was the owner of paper, Hay used his power of attorney to sell the land.
All told, Hay stole close to £6,000 from the McSwans, the equivalent of around $300,000 today. He used the funds to quit his sales job and move to an upscale hotel.
But though Hay had enough money to live comfortably for the next few years, he wasn't content to just rest on his laurels. Quitting his sales job gave him more time to pursue his true passion, swindling.
After taking control of the McSwan's assets, Hay embarked on a new, less loyal con. This time, he posed as a patent liaison officer.
It was a somewhat unorthodox position, essentially promised to help investors design products that assist them with their patent applications. Of course, Hay had no use for expertise, but most resulted in learning consultancy fee without actually doing any work.
In many ways, the scam was a repeat of the big investment firm he had run years before. He set up a small office in the city, talked his way into jobs, then collected a fee for as long as he could without doing any actual work.
When his marks and she got wise to what he was doing, Hay skipped town and started the whole scheme over. Over the course of the next year, he set up multi-patent liaison offices in several cities around England.
Combined with the money he made collecting rent on McSwan's properties, Hay should have been set for life, but it seemed that no amount of money was ever enough for him.
Hay wasn't one to save his cash for a rainy day. He believed in enjoying all of life's pleasures as often as possible. Much of his income went to paying rent at a lavish room at the Onslow Court Hotel in London.
When he wasn't at the hotel bar, he visited the racetrack to bet on horses. His penchant for showmanship and flashiness made the track a tempting place for Hay.
Due to the graphic nature of the story, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of kidnapping, abuse, and bodily incineration that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
Everyone mourns differently. Our reactions to losing someone can be as unique and mysterious as we are.
Bereavement can push us to do things that we previously couldn't have imagined. Sometimes it makes us see the world differently. In other instances, we become desperate for justice or answers.
There may be no more potent example of this than with the Sauter family, who on Christmas Eve 1945 lost half of their children in a house fire.
After the blaze, they couldn't find any remains, and as time went on, the Sauter's grief slowly transformed. What began as a tragic loss turned into an investigation to find out where the children had gone. What had started as a fire mutated into a twofold mystery.
First, were the Sauter children really dead? And if not, where were they?
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Podcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take we don't know for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Podcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is our final episode in a special three-part series about the mysterious fate of the 5 Sauter children. On Christmas Eve 1945, a house fire killed 5 sons and daughters of the Sauter family. Or did it? For more than half a century, family members have investigated many strange occurrences around the fire. While they never conclusively discovered what happened to the missing children, numerous theories arose as to what their fates could have been.
Last time, we detailed the family's decade-long mission to find their sons and daughters. George crisscrossed the country following purported clues, but by the time he died in 1969, his family was no closer to an answer.
This episode will investigate a few possibilities around what really happened to the children. While it's conceivable that they simply burned up in the house fire, there are a series of tantalizing clues hinting at other fates. We'll explore human trafficking, the mafia, spontaneous human combustion, and a basement full of gasoline.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
This episode is brought to you by Apple. The holidays are here, and it's time to get started on those wish lists. But this year, maybe swap the fuzzy slippers and cashmere sweaters for something more considerable, like the cutting-edge available virtual power, giving my systems and the confidence and wardrobe all good drive, which can all the experience behind your Audi. Add some fruit to your wish list at the season of Audi sales event happening now.
In 1908, 13-year-old George Sauter immigrated from Italy to the United States of America. He arrived on a steamship with his older brother, whose name we don't know, but we'll call him Raphael. Strangely, when the two reached Ellis Island, Raphael immediately turned around and went home, for reasons that are also unclear to us.
Additionally, we're not sure why George even left Italy at such a young age. For the rest of his life, he was notoriously silent about his reasons for moving. Given his background, it's possible that this was because of the mafia code of Omerta.
Omerta was a strict code of silence which applied to mafia members and those who dealt with them. The fact that George never talked about his past suggests he might have been bound by a similar restriction.
The mafia were very active in Sicily in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and it's possible that George ran across them when he was a boy.
If so, that encounter might have led him to flee to the United States. It could also have been why Raphael felt like he had to return to their home country.
Whatever secrets his childhood held, George spent the 1920s, 30s, and 40s raising his family in Fayetteville, West Virginia. But apparently, he couldn't escape his past.
George frequently argued with the other members of the town's Italian-American community, usually about dictator Benito Mussolini. George despised the man, and this put him in conflict with other immigrants who supported the fascist prime minister.
It's possible that one of George's friends or neighbors belonged to the American Mafia. After all, by the 1920s, many Italian mobsters had immigrated to the United States. So when George debated Italian politics with the locals, he could have made a very dangerous enemy without realizing it.
In 1945, maybe the organization felt like they'd had enough of George's anti-Mussolini statements and retaliated by taking his children.
While it's true that the Mafia didn't usually perform kidnappings, it wasn't totally unheard of. One of the most famous examples was the 1973 abduction of oil fortune heir John Paul Getty III.
In the 1970s, the Getty family was as famous for their oil wealth as they were for their infighting.
The patriarch, J. Paul Getty, was a notoriously difficult man. For words of the point of mythology, he had influence installed in his Englishman, so his staff had to respond well.
Understandably, he didn't get along very well with his grandson, John Paul Getty III, who went by Paul, a Bohemian teenager who'd been kicked out of his Italian prep school.
For clarity, from here on we'll refer to J. Paul Getty as Getty and his grandson, Willie Paul.
Paul kept a low profile to avoid his grandfather's vitriol. But that all changed when he suddenly disappeared in Rome. Soon after, his worried family received a series of letters and a phone call from the kidnappers.
They said they were members of the Mafia, and they demanded a ransom of $17 million for Paul's safe return.
But Getty said that he had 14 grandchildren besides John, and if he gave them a cent, it would only encourage similar opportunists to go after them. For that reason, Getty refused to pay.
The Mafia cut off Paul's ear and mailed it to a newspaper along with their demands.
Eventually, the family paid the Mafia $3 million, though Getty himself only paid $2.2 million, the maximum amount that he could write off as a loss for tax purposes. And by the end of 1973, Paul was back within the fold, though much the worse for wear.
This wasn't the only time the Mafia used kidnapping as a tactic. In Rome in 1975, the criminal organization kidnapped Gianni Bulgari, a famous Italian jeweler who was 40 years old at the time. His affluent family quickly paid $2 million for his return, and he emerged relatively unscathed by the ordeal.
However, the Sodders were decidedly not wealthy, so it seems unlikely that the mob would have kidnapped their children for money. What's more, George and Jenny never received a ransom note.
That said, it is possible that the criminal society could have murdered the Sodder children in retaliation for some actions.
The Mafia's arcane codes supposedly protect their little children, but they don't always abide by those measures. Take, for example, the case of Giuseppe Di Matteo.
In 1993, Santino Di Matteo, a former member of the Sicilian Mafia, was preparing to testify against them in court. In a bid to silence him, the mob kidnapped his 12-year-old son, Giuseppe.
They held the boy for more than 2 years, torturing him. But even as Santino tried to get his son back, he refused to withdraw his testimony. Finally, the criminal organization killed Giuseppe.
From this example, it's clear that the Mafia probably wouldn't have held back if they felt that George Sodder had something to atone for. However, there's no more evidence they were involved with the Sodders. If it's likely that it would take credit in order to send a message.
And that's why these mafia-related theories don't fully match up with the circumstances of the Sutter family tragedy.
Especially considering George's opinions about Mussolini. After all, the mafia hated the fascist dictator.
And with good reason. Mussolini initiated a major battle against the society through the 1920s and 30s. So it's unlikely that the mob would have kidnapped or murdered George's children in retaliation for his political opinions. They shared them.
However, none of this precludes the possibility of foul play. A non-mafia group could set a fire in order to arrange a kidnapping, especially if the kids are abducted by child traffickers.
Coming up, we'll discuss whether the Sutter children were kidnapped and then smuggled across state lines for nefarious purposes.
This episode is brought to you by Audi. The holidays are here again, and it's time to fill out those holiday wish lists. But this year, avoid the usual trappings. Set aside the fuzzy slippers and cashmere sweaters. Consider something a little more exhilarating, like the feel of available Napa leather, the cutting-edge available vertical cockpit, and MMI systems, and the confidence of Quattro all-wheel drive, all of which can only be experienced behind the wheel of a new Audi. Add some thrill to your wish list at the Season of Audi sales event. Me now.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. When you're in the middle of raising kids, buying a home, or caring for your parents, some of the items on your to-do list can feel overwhelming, even when they're simple, like buying life insurance. You care a lot about protecting your family's financial future, and during this stage of your life, that can be a lot to wrap your mind around. That's why State Farm offers affordable life insurance options that meet your individual needs. You can go online and get a quote right now. The process is easy. Plus, with your State Farm agent, you'll always have someone to help you and answer questions along the way. Life insurance means everything to you. Help protect them today by learning more at lifeinsurance.statefarm.com or talking with your State Farm agents. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now, back to the story.
Given George Sutter's mysterious past in Italy, some people believe he may have run afoul of the mafia. And the mob might have kidnapped his children during the fateful Christmas Eve fire. But there's no hard evidence connecting the Sutters to organized crime, so this seems unlikely.
However, it's still possible that someone else kidnapped some children. Some believe that the Sutters were victims of child trafficking. There's no this happened either.
Back in episode 2, a possible sighting from a woman who worked at a Charleston, West Virginia hotel reported that she saw 4 kids there with 2 women and 2 men.
When she tried to talk to the boys and girls, the men glared at her and began speaking in Italian. They made it clear that the children were not to be spoken to.
Unfortunately, this surly behavior could have been more than simple rules. The men may have shut down the conversation to cover up the crime being committed before the witnesses' very eyes. In short, it's possible that the woman at the hotel inadvertently spoke to some human traffickers.
Today, trafficking is still a serious problem across the United States. According to the nonprofit Deliver Fund, a child is taken every 2.5 hours. While data from the 1940s isn't easy to find, we can discuss current trends to see how the Sutter tragedy might have fit the pattern of child trafficking.
Law enforcement and advocacy groups currently consider West Virginia to be a hotbed of trafficking. That's because the states surrounding it have high rates of the crime. Given its location, West Virginia is a nexus for abductors moving children from one place to another.
For example, in Ohio, currently one of the worst states for human trafficking, crimes run the gamut from child labor to sex work, and victims can come from a variety of backgrounds.
Authorities say that kidnappers use one particular tool to keep their hostages under their thumbs: control. They almost always manipulate the children to the point where they feel powerless to escape, even if they have the physical means to do so.
Case in point, assuming the children at the hotel were the Sodders, they would have been able to explain who they were or ask for help if they'd had a few minutes alone with the clerk. Instead, they weren't allowed to talk to her.
Isolation is a common tactic among traffickers and is effective because it literally prevents the victim from getting help. It also reinforces a feeling that no one will assist them. Kids may feel it's pointless to even try.
On top of all this, trafficking victims are usually taught not to trust law enforcement. This means that anyone who might want to help a kidnapped child could be seen as implicitly untrustworthy.
And if the kidnapped kids believe they can't get assistance, they're less likely to reach out for it. A victim might learn to be suspicious of all adults, or even come to believe that the only people they can trust are their abductors.
The men and women at the hotel spoke Italian, just like George and Jenny. Perhaps this shared Italian heritage made the children feel more comfortable with their alleged kidnappers.
This wouldn't be the first time a kidnapped child was manipulated into cooperating with abusers. In one famous case from Missouri, a man named Michael Devlin abducted an 11-year-old boy named Sean Hornbeck. Devlin held Sean hostage for 4 years beginning in 2002. The whole time, Sean was only 50 miles away from his family.
Devlin convinced Sean that he would murder him if he ever tried to escape. So even though Sean wasn't physically restrained and had to endure years of abuse, he stayed in Devlin's apartment out of fear.
Surprisingly, the teen had some degree of freedom. Reportedly, he was allowed to roam around the neighborhood and even befriended other local kids. Devlin went so far as to tell his landlord that Hornbeck was his son.
Naturally, people later wondered why Sean didn't leave on his own. It's possible that the boy was a victim of Stockholm Syndrome. When a person is taken hostage and has their life threatened, instead of continuing to try and escape their captor, they may begin to identify with their captor, and in some cases, even form an emotional attachment to them. They may think they don't want to be rescued.
In fact, it was only when Devlin kidnapped a different young boy that the FBI finally found Sean. The authorities used eyewitness testimony of the second abduction to track Devlin down. Local news called the surprise discovery of 2 boys the Missouri miracle. Subsequently, Michael Devlin was sentenced to 72 life terms for his crimes.
Like Sean Hornbeck, if the missing Sodder children had been kidnapped, they might have developed Stockholm Syndrome. This would explain why they never asked for help, even when numerous witnesses allegedly spotted them after the fire.
But there are a few logistical problems with this scenario. Specifically, the fact that 5 children went missing. It would have been incredibly difficult for a trafficker to abduct them as a group.
First, they would have had to get all 5 children out of their beds without being seen or heard. That alone would have been difficult. But the house was also on fire, and the other family members were wide awake, scrambling to locate their missing sons and daughters.
Even if the kidnappers got the kids out of the house, they'd have to load them into a car and leave town without any of their victims escaping. It just doesn't seem possible.
But if the children were abducted, what happened to them?
The crux of the mystery lies in the fact that the Sodders never found any remains from the missing 5 children. George and Jenny maintained that the fire didn't burn hot enough or long enough to incinerate the bodies, so their sons and daughters couldn't have died that night. But they didn't account for an obscure phenomenon called spontaneous killing combustion.
Typically, a fire needs an ignition source, something that will spark the flame in the first place. But there have been rare cases of human beings suddenly bursting into flames and then disintegrating without any apparent cause.
One of the earliest reported instances occurred in 1885 in a town of Seneca, Illinois. Eerily, it was also on a Christmas Eve.
That night, farmers Patrick and Matilda Rooney were getting ready for bed after an evening socializing. Both of them had spent a number of hours drinking whiskey and talking with their adult son and a man who worked on their farm. When they said goodnight to the farmhand, he had no idea that he would never see the Rooneys alive again.
The next day, their farmhand walked from his room on the second floor down towards the kitchen, as he always did in the mornings. But as soon as he entered the hall, he noticed the house was filled with smoke.
Coughing and choking, he ran to alert the neighbors, and soon the authorities. They didn't know if the Rooneys had managed to escape or if they were trapped in the house, but they knew someone had to go in.
According to one account, the first person to venture to check was a doctor from a nearby town. He crept into the bedroom and immediately discovered Patrick Rooney's body.
The man was lying dead on the floor next to his bed. There was no sign of his wife, but the doctor saw that the door to the kitchen was half open. He went through it and looked around for Matilda, but he didn't see her.
Instead, he found a hole burned through the floorboards. He approached it and looked through.
The gap went all the way to the ground underneath the house and held a pile of ashes. The doctor worked through them and found a few human bones, including a skull. It was all that was left of Matilda Rooney.
However, nothing else in the house had gone up in flames. The doctor even spotted a candle on the table beside the hole. It had been used before, but wasn't fully burned.
Mysteriously, Patrick's corpse also didn't seem burnt at all, and yet he had died, likely from smoke inhalation. It was all very strange.
Over the next few days, the coroner and police performed investigations. Ultimately, they settled on a theory of spontaneous human combustion. Both of the Rooneys were heavy drinkers, and the authorities concluded that this had somehow contributed to Mrs. Rooney's suddenly going up in flames.
The specifics of how that could have happened are still mysterious. But according to the theory, the fire had been inside of her, which prevented anything else from igniting.
Perhaps this scenario also explains why the Solder children disappeared without leaving behind any remains. In a morbid twist, maybe their collective spontaneous combustion caused the house fire in the first place.
However, there are a few problems with this possibility. For one, none of the Solder kids were heavy drinkers or drinkers at all. Plus, there's no reason to think that spontaneous combustion could have burned away all of the remains. Even Matilda Rooney left behind a skull and some other bones.
But the biggest problem with this explanation is that most contemporary experts agree that spontaneous human combustion just doesn't exist. In cases like that of Mrs. Rooney, it's far more likely that her clothes caught fire, maybe while she turned on the stove or lit a cigarette.
And there's no reason to think the same fate befell the Solder children in their beds, far from any open flames. Instead, there are other signs that point to a much simpler and more definitive scenario.